Yeah, I'm good.
Yep. Here we go. Click that good old go live button. I forgot to do any tweets or anything, so now I gotta do that real quick. Fucking A.
That just means the people that show up are the truly dedicated fans.
Exactly. Uh oh, forgot to put at everyone easily. Okay, cool. Um Alright. Well, let me go this whole thing up. Go over here and go. Oh.
Wonder if this will solve. Oh, there we go. I've had a notification that occasionally pops up
Mhm.
on my computer, like every day since I've built my computer.
Mhm.
So like a while now.
Yeah.
Saying MSI help desk is only for MSI product, and I've had no idea what it was for, but like I just got sick of just hitting OK on it, so I looked it up and I deleted the folder that it was in,
Oh.
and we'll see if that fixes it.
Okay. Well, I hope so, I guess.
I I have no idea if that will work or not, but I just searched MSI and it didn't show up, so like,
Well, at this point, there you go. Um, all right. Well, let us begin. So, hello out
oh,
there.
I suppose I'd be convinced.
Yes, well, hello out there, and welcome back to Table Talk, Discussion, and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95.
I, as always, or as most of the time, really, am your second host, Aiden, aka ItsSneakyAdolf.
Okay. Um. Hey, Royd. Hey, Indigo, and hey, Mog. Good evening. Good evening. Can't wait. Can watch for 45ish before my game. Hope all is well. Yeah. I have a huge headache at the moment, so apologies if I, slip in and out a bit. But we're here. We're good. Hey, Boo will be here in like an hour, maybe. No, more than that. 'Cause he's
Mind
gonna
if
be a bit
I
late.
mind if I get that spicy link to the chat, boys?
Yes, absolutely. Cool, a show tonight. Yes. True. Um, yeah, last week, for those of you who were not aware, maybe our audio listeners, and those of you who don't follow or follow the Twitter or are in the Discord, we took off because I was fucking tired, dude. I'll be
Same.
straight up.
I I nearly slept through this episode.
There you go.
So you can imagine how bad I was last episode.
Life is a thing, and we got to deal with it. So, um, but that being said, we have a few. I heard Olive's clear up headaches really well. That's true. Um, but yeah, so we're good. We're back. We're here. We're ready to go. We'll get to today's topic. I haven't put it in the title or anything because uh, hey, don't worry about it. It'll be there later. But for now, we have comments to go through, and I want to start with one very specific comment. In fact, one that was calling us out a little bit on our shit, um, which is good. Good to see.
Yeah.
Good to do. it was more my bad than anyone else's, and I will take responsibility for it.
None of us are infallible,
No,
so
of course.
I'll be curious to see it.
So, we have from Ronald Sanfran, and again, I'm just doing this first so we can get out of the way, so I can do all this shit. He said on episode 60, this was D&D 3.5 versus 5e videos.
Okay.
I normally like you guys, but this was cringe and sort of a low point for you guys. I'm a vet of Pathfinder 1, but I would never tell someone finding it too complicated you don't know how to read. The complaint about Grapple in 3.5 is legitimate and has nothing to do with basic arithmetic. Additionally, there are perfectly intelligent people whose disabilities prevent them from doing basic math. It's a real thing. You guys play 3.5, so I assume you're familiar with the Grapple Rules. The fact that you need to look them up to run them is the problem. There are 4 rolls to begin a grapple. You guys forgot that the target gets an attack of opportunity, and the grappler must make a touch attack. That's just to start the grapple. Needlessly complicated. No one's saying, I can't read, or I have to calculate integrals. No one's saying I can't do 3.5 grapple, but that the rules were too much for little reward. Come on, guys, you're exaggerating a number of the arguments, pausing people mid-video and putting words in people's mouths. Now, I replied to this with my comment, but I will say out, just here. So, yes, I did say, and I have a few clips to show, though, of the video, too. I did say that, you can't read a few times. I was a bit heated.
I was thinking it was me.
No, it was me. Absolutely. I made the it's not hard it's not hard to read, you child. I think also saying to everyone in this video that's arguing against 3.5 that it's not that, it just seems like you don't know how to read. And so having looked back at it, yeah, it's a little much, right? Because obviously I was being a bit too spicy with that stuff. The main thing that it was about, that brought it up at least, that got me on edge, was when they show the scrolling of the page for the grappling rules, if you recall, in that video. And
I do not, but I will take your word for it.
Well, I can pull it up as well, but if we need specific references, but it is, and I made notes of this, it is around 2 hours and 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So they started to go into the page, the one page that is, I can pull it up. It is grappling 3.5. And it's the one that's just the special attacks from D20 SRD, right? And my whole thing was they were being very uncharitable with it. Trying to just, all they did was say, look at this page, it's dedicated to grappling, after then going
kind of dismissive.
Right, it was very dismissive, and they he said, after saying that, he said, well, let's get to grappling, and then he scrolls down to grappling, and he gets there, and then he says, all right, now let's go through the entire thing. The scrolling isn't shown on the video, first off. Second off, he takes, I believe it's about 10 seconds or so to scroll through it when it is not that long. I'm already through it right now, having done it for 3 seconds. This isn't reading through the entire thing, of course. But he just started to then scroll even more, and it really just made me go, did you even read the page? Right? Have you read the rules themselves? And then I started going off on the whole, well, you can't read. So that was where I was going with it. It's not entirely the best thing to go off, but again, I was trying to take the piss out of it. a lot, but also getting kind of angry. um,
So, so I will say as
mhm,
my response to that, if you don't want to use grapple rules in 3.5
sure.
at your table,
Yeah.
like run things how the hell you want.
Oh, absolutely.
Um, there is no rule in D&D 5e or 3.5 for that matter that is hard and fast and set in stone and cannot be swapped out
Hmm.
for another rule set or doing things a little different, a little homebrewy.
Sure. Yeah.
Um,
Even in the
I
video, we were
would
talking about taking things from other systems and just putting it into your game if you want to.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Um, I would I would look up the rule for D&D 5e's grapple system before I used it because it's a nice little refresher
Sure.
and honestly I don't have it memorized.
Sure. Yeah.
Um
So the what I would say is that just because something isn't just because you don't memorize something, that doesn't mean that it's a problem.
yeah,
You can
I
memorize
don't
it, but
I don't have a lot of rules off the top of my head for, oh, this works this way, this works this
mhm,
way. I do that for spells,
sure.
um, but not so much for general stuff in the system. I double check
Hmm.
myself, just to be sure.
Hmm.
Um, I would say that D&D 3.5's rules are definitely more complicated than 5e's.
Yes, absolutely.
Um,
I have. Oh my god, fucking hell. Sorry. People go by really fast and loud on this road for some reason. Um, so
same.
yeah. Well, I'm next to a window and I have to have it open so I don't die anymore. Anyway, so I would never be. I would always say that yes, just by definition alone, 3.5 is more complicated than 5e in every case. Absolutely. Well, not every case, but most cases. Yes. Overall, as a system.
Um, but just because you have to like look it up or like you have a different preference for the rule set, does not mean you are stupid.
No.
I've known Alejo for quite a while, and I would say like he has a tendency to be I would I would just say like sarcastic but and mean, but like doesn't really mean it. So if he's saying like,
Sure.
um, I know this, you can't read, you child,
Yeah.
like he's being hyperbolic,
Yeah.
for the sake of humor.
Yeah.
It's it's not like they actually think, or it's not like he actually thinks you're a child.
No.
Um,
Obviously, I literally was like, I'm gonna be condescending right now. I was very much going for it. Like, you know.
uh, I would also say that like we prefer how D&D 3.5's grapples work
Yep.
because we find it adds more to combat
Hmm.
and like makes things a bit more flavorful.
Hmm.
If you don't prefer it or like using a different system, like go for it.
Yeah.
Like do it how you want. I don't think anyone here is like legitimately deriding someone's intelligence.
No. 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 There's nothing. So
Yeah.
my
If we implied that, like, that's not what I wanted, and
no,
I'm sorry.
absolutely. Well, so we've done it before. So I'll get to the basic arithmetic thing in a second because that actually is completely a different point that we were responding to. But yeah, there's literally there was no. I mean, I didn't even think in my brain of any idea of hey somebody is more does has like a disability or something and can't read like or can't do basic math or any of that kind of stuff. I never once in my brain even thought that. Like that's I hope that in future it doesn't ever seem that way again. But yeah, no, that was, I'm sorry if you found it that way, but I there's no, there was none of that in my brain at all.
Oh,
My intention is not there.
I will say for pausing the video every like few seconds, like mid-sentence and putting words in people's mouths, that is a legitimate criticism and
Sure.
like one I thought of for us and like for
Well,
EFAP
so
for a while.
so this my argument against that though is usually more often than not, if they say something that then, you know, contradicts what we were saying, we usually go, oh, okay, never mind, I retract. You know,
Yes.
like
And
that.
that's also why I like try to as we're watching, if we pause and like we're pausing every half second, I'm like, all right, let him actually get his words out there,
Sure,
let him
yeah.
form a thought, and then we'll critique the thought.
Well,
Um,
and the other thing is like when you break down things like this, you just like that's how you respond to things as they're being said, right? Because I have a thought. Then if you say something like this, and then it's like I need to say something because that I have a thought here. There's something here, you know.
mm, there is also something to be said for holding on to the thought for like just a second while the person finishes their sentence.
Sure. But then sometimes you get to another point and then you have a different thought and then it takes over. You know?
Exactly.
That's the problem. That's the thing, and that's why we kind of do the way we do. Um but I would like to say I don't know what you mean by exaggerating a number of the arguments and putting words into their mouths, because I don't remember, and I had watched it again. I don't remember doing that, and I didn't see us doing anything that was off their point. Like they continued, other than the reading thing. I guess that's the only thing where it's like, yeah, okay, I'm just, you know, being an asshole, I guess. Um, but that, you know, I didn't see any instances of us doing that. Again, if you got particular references, please, by all means, I'll eat my own whatever I have. What's this
If
saying?
you
Foot,
if you
friend, hat.
Yeah, eat my hat.
Okay,
Or
sure.
I'll eat my hat or I'll eat crow.
Okay, gotcha.
Um, but if you have timestamps,
Yes,
that might be appreciated.
yes. So if you want to give more of that later on, absolutely, we'll go over it. The other thing though is the what is it? Yeah, so the arithmetic thing. This, we were talking about that, and I looked again. This was around an hour 44 and 4 seconds, and an hour 58 and 30 seconds for the arguments of it. The man was saying that he couldn't calculate bonuses because in this instance you get +2, in this instance you get +4, in this instance you get +5, right? And we responded with, no, it is actually very basic arithmetic to find out what your bonus is and then write it down on your sheet to have as your reference, because that's the point of the sheet. In order for you to not have to do that every single time, of which, you know, that's again, that's something we brought up in the Puffin Forest video for Pathfinder 2e.
Or in the video. Oh yeah, no, it was Puffin Force
Yeah,
that was calculating everything out
right.
painstakingly
So this
every
is,
time.
yes, and this is why, again, this is why the basic arithmetic thing applies to that, and that was the only time that it was mentioned, really, because that was all it was, right? You get a bonus from the way that grappling is. There is a size bonus, there is, or detriment. There is the grapple bonus itself that is calculated from base attack bonus and your strength modifier, right? And these are a few numbers, and then if there are additional numbers, you can make a note of that, you know.
Mm.
from like weather conditions, as was said as a joke, though we were going, well,
Judging
it
from
might.
position of the sun in the sky, I
Yes,
should get a +3 to this grapple check.
absolutely, absolutely. Um, so that was the only instance of that. So I don't know that, like, a complaint about grappling can absolutely be legitimate, but the bonuses argument was very much not a legitimate one when he was just saying you get these bonuses. How do you keep track? Basically, and
Yeah,
it's like, well, you do. I
so I actually have some relevant experience with this
Okay.
because I am a paranoid little fuck.
Oh.
Um, so I have multiple bonuses to my saving throws, including for my paladin character, a +12 to his charisma saving throws. Um, and I went like, I have +12. I need to keep this memorized. And what I did was on another page in my notebook, I went saving throws,
Mhm.
3 proficiency, 3 strength, 4 aura of protection, 1 ring.
Mhm.
And like charisma, 3 proficiency, 4 charisma, 4 aura, 1 ring. And that's how I keep everything memorized
Mhm.
because it's nicely written out. And when someone just goes, Jesus, you have a fat bonus to your charisma saving throws. What do you roll? And I'm like, a 3, but I got a 15. And someone goes, how do you manage that? Like, I just flip to this page of saving throws,
Mhm.
and then I go, look,
Mhm. Yep.
like, that's how I know, like, +12 to saving throws, and it's there, and it's written out.
Mhm.
But I know, like, when it's just, oh, roll me a charisma saving throw, I go to the page that has my saving throws, my strength scores, my attacks, my ASMR bonuses, my radiant soul transformation, yada, yada, yada,
Mhm.
all my ghosts on it, my lay on hands. I
Mhm.
just go saving throws, charisma, 12. Okay. And I
Yep.
roll a d20 and I go +12. And then if someone ever should ask me about it, which I realize will never happen, but I am not satisfied with that and I'm paranoid.
Sure.
Um, and I've got to have that just in case.
Mhm.
Um, I can flip to that page and go, here's my breakdown of why I have what I have.
And just again to go into the, yes, there are perfectly intelligent people whose disability prevent them from doing basic math. Uh, yes, that's true. I I don't
I
know.
I had an accident and I lost a few IQ points in that, I'm sure.
Well, sure, but what I'm saying is, I I don't see how that's relevant to what we were talking about. Um,
If you have um granted, like I won't get into all the mental
sure.
stuff that happened to me in the accident and
Mhm.
like recovering from that, but I at least have managed to find ways to work around certain like
Mhm.
disadvantages and stuff like that. And like the whole reason why I have the breakdown is because I have that there
Sure.
because if someone asks me how do you have that +12 before the accident,
Yeah.
I could probably just rattle it off. Now I'm like,
Sure. Sure. Sure.
and I panic.
Well,
Um
yeah.
because like I can't think of that.
Yeah. 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 No,
But
absolutely.
like it's just another different form of finding something to work through that.
Mhm.
A lot of people who are disadvantaged can find ways to work through that,
Yes.
and those who are disabled and legitimately can't have other friends in the group that
Yes.
can do that for them.
So what my whole thing is, like, yes, this is something, there are groups of people that are like this, absolutely. We weren't talking about them, right? That we I I don't know. There this seems strange just to bring up. I get it. It is I guess a point against what we were saying for basic arithmetic, sure. But again, the relevance in the situation is lost to me. So if I don't know, I don't remember us ever saying anything about that in any way, or really implying it in any way for it to be brought up. Except for I guess the you can't read thing. In that case, it's like, okay, I guess, but that's a whole different thing. I don't know. So I'm just wondering where that came from. That's all.
I also know someone. I can feel someone is saying like, or gonna say like, oh, he's saying disabled people can do this anyway, they just don't want to, or something like that.
Mm.
And like, that is not my intent.
No.
If you legitimately cannot do something
Mm-hmm.
for whatever reason, that is up to you, that is your business.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can't, and like, you can talk to your DM about it.
Yeah.
And find it like something that does work for you. Like, that's maybe that can be note-taking on your part, as I have done.
Right.
Maybe that can be the DM making certain allowances for you. Like, each case is unique.
Yeah, exactly. So the other thing that I wanted to say is, yes, we fucked up with saying it was just 2 rolls for grapple checks. We were going off of 5e stuff. That was in our brains at the time. I know that for a fact because 5e only has 2 checks. What I will say, though, is that to start a grapple, having the 4 rolls is needlessly complicated. I wouldn't say that. I would say in order to stop having grapple be a god thing to do, like it can be, right, every time, the attack of opportunity. So we'll start off with how this works. It goes attack of opportunity into the touch attack into the 2 opposing grapples, right? An attack of opportunity from the person that is going to be grappled. If they succeed and they hit the person, it ends the grapple check. There is no grapple, right?
If someone is sheathing their sword or dropping their sword and coming at you with a bear hug, you best bet you're going to like hit that person with the weapon in your hand.
Yep.
Saying, oh no, they're going to try to grapple me, get off of me.
Right, exactly. And the way that you get around that is by taking the feat that makes it so you don't provoke attacks of opportunity on your grapple checks anymore. That way it makes your grapples that much better. Then, the touch attack. Again, you have to be able to actually touch them in order to try to grapple them. Okay. If you fail that, the grapple ends, right? Then it's the 2 opposing grapple checks. You roll grapple versus grapple, and whoever gets the better one wins, right? Again, if the grappler fails, the grapple check is over. But the reason why they have that many steps is because grappling is fucking great. In 3.5, grappling is so fucking good.
It's how I got out of a boss encounter.
Right, and I think in that instance, we forgot about the attacks of opportunity, and that's the only thing I think we forgot. That was it, right? But regardless, like, I'll show, again, a grappling thing makes it so that you don't threaten any square, you don't get your dexterity bonus to your AC, you can't move, and then additionally, the other person who's grappling you can do a bunch of shit. They can activate a magic item, they can attack you, they can cast a spell, they can damage you with they can attack somebody else, they can attack you, and they can draw a light weapon, and then they can stab you with it. They can obviously escape from the grapple. They can move with you. They can take a spell component out. They can pin you. They can break a different pin. They can use your weapon against you.
Stop hitting yourself.
um like there's a bunch of things that you can do, and then pinning itself is something else. Like you can you completely make it so they can't do shit, right? Grappling grappling in 3.5 is really fucking advantageous if you can do it. So that's why there's so many steps to get to that point, because then after you've grappled somebody, you're in those two, you're just in a roll off of who's grappling. Like if you fail the grapple check, they get out of your grapple, and then you can't do this again, and you have to go through it all again, right?
Yeah, sometimes it's a roll off between the two most conceivably weak characters
Yeah.
that you can possibly think of, i.e., a lich and skinny little Boris.
Exactly. So again, I wouldn't say
Sometimes like takes D20, starts rolling it in hand. Sometimes you just gotta gamble.
So I wouldn't say it's needlessly complicated. I would say that it's just fine the way that it is. Again, the last thing here is, excuse me. No one's saying I can't read or I have to calculate integrals. No, they didn't say either of those. What they did say was you need a spreadsheet to do grappling. In the sense of looking at the page, they literally say verbatim, oh, look at him pulling up this spreadsheet. And multiple times they reference spreadsheets in the book because they think that it's that complicated. And we've gone over that as well before with the Pathfinder 2e stuff. You don't need a spreadsheet. You can use it if you want. That's fine if you need a spreadsheet, I guess, but it is not absolutely necessary. So it is trying to inflate, or sorry, is it inflate or conflate?
Finish your sentence and I'll tell you which is right.
It's trying to word the oh god, the how complicated the system is.
If they're intending on making it hyperbolic, inflate. Conflate is like to mix two things up and to confuse them.
I see. Okay. So I think, well, this is the thing. I don't know. So this is the other thing is like the tone of the video is definitely something that I mean, it was definitely, and I see Mogzera said they were being dramatic in their video, but it wasn't being honest with being pretty dishonest with its exaggeration. I don't know where the with being goes in there because you have two withs, but I think it's there. But obviously they made the video as a pure entertainment to make fun of the edition wars. So I don't know if it's that obvious. That's the thing. Obviously they're all friends and they're not like super
entertainment is definitely, well, as seeming, because I don't remember the actual video itself.
Sure.
But implying, like, from what has been said thus far,
Sure.
and what I've gathered, it seems entertainment is a focus. I don't know if it's necessarily like the sole purpose.
Right. Anything can be entertainment. I'll just say that much for that kind of thing. But from it, they seem to be trying to have a pretty, like, not a great discussion, but definitely a discussion on which one was better. They were bringing up points. They were arguing against each other's points. Like that didn't seem to be the only reason. The entertainment value was just them doing it, right? And somebody catching it on camera. The scrolling thing, the text on the screen, like the editing of itself of the video was a little weird because it really seemed to favor 5e. So it didn't seem as unbiased on a rewatch. But anyway, so that's kind of my response to that bit. And yes, no one's saying I can't do 3.5 grapple, but that the rules were too much for little reward. I don't think anybody said otherwise. I don't remember that. I don't remember seeing that in the entire section when we were covering the grappling section in that video. Yeah. In the future, I will be more clear, I guess, in jokes and keeping my head level. But as said, not infallible. So
Bad Alejo
bad
sprays with
me,
spray bottle.
absolutely. So again, apologies, but let's move on. If you have more, let us know. Let's see. Other things here. I think every game has rules that you have to look up all the time. Not sure that is a problem. I wouldn't say like have to, but I would say that like yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with looking up a rule. I don't think that's a problem ever. There are plenty of tools disabled people can use, and the good old ask for help. Yes. Grappling in 3.5 is an art form of system mastery if a person could memorize the rules.
I saw that one. It gave me a bit of a chuckle.
That's pretty good. I use spreadsheets as a combat matrix with 3.5 and Pathfinder. Very helpful when you know what spells the casters could buff you with. Makes combats go more smoothly. Sure.
I have a little mark next to spells that can be cast as a bonus action.
Yes.
And a different mark around spells that can be cast as a reaction.
Yep.
Just because like if there's ever an oh shit moment, like I want to be ready.
Mm-hmm. I every time I make a 5e character sheet, or really a character sheet in general now, I will put all of the relevant information between cast time, range, if it's concentration or not, if it's verbal somatic, material, and all that kind of stuff, because it's just good to know. So yeah, it's if a and again, if a spreadsheet helps you, fucking do it. Absolutely. Nothing wrong with it. You just don't argue that you need one. Don't argue that the system requires you to need one, because that's not true. Unless the system itself is a spreadsheet. I don't know. But you know what I'm saying. I hope.
And well, also like on a case-by-case basis, I can see people needing spreadsheets to help them.
Mm-hmm.
But I would argue that quote unquote needing a spreadsheet is itself not a criticism of the system itself.
I would agree.
Like, say, I don't know, they come out with 6th edition tomorrow.
Okay.
And I need a spreadsheet to help me. If it's a bomb-ass edition, I'm not gonna complain, because needing the spreadsheet is on me.
Yes. So, now that we're past all that, let's move on to other comments. Lux Armok, that was only one comment. Lux Armok, now our resident long boy commenter, commented on episode 27, Fate Core System, and how it's an RPG. With that, oh god, that guy who, he says, of course, as soon as I posted that last comment, where I was doing a lot of complaining about a past DM, I can come to this episode. I hope to God I didn't come across, like, the guy in the third video here. I guess I'll find out on Friday. Well, hey, it's this next Friday, then, I guess, if you can't catch the live stuff. Players, don't mouth off to your DM no matter how much you disagree with their decisions. You're not going to change how your DM is running the game by disrespecting them to their face. You can try to talk to them about the problems you have, but if they aren't receptive, then that's just how it's going to be, and you just need to find a table that suits you better. That said, I think this guy must be talking out of his ass to some degree, because I don't see how he would fit in at any table if he really practices everything he preaches here. Yeah, out of character chatter and all that kind of shit. Ugh. There was a question prompt in this episode of what's your favorite RPG? Struck out is, I would say my favorite RPG is Raid Shadow Legends. Nice, good callback. It's been a long time.
Just when I thought I was safe.
I would say my favorite RPG of all time is BESM D20. It's a system designed to let you run anime-themed campaigns, but the rules are adaptable enough that you could use them for basically any genre if you wanted to. So if you want to make a setting that blends sci-fi and magic like Phantasy Star, you can do it. And with some effort
Don't tell Boo.
well, and with some effort on the DM's part, it can also be compatible with D&D 3.5. For a long time, it was my staple RPG. It was useful for blending all sorts of concepts together that other systems didn't really have the rules for. And it was also fun enough just to play straight. We used it to run what was probably my favorite campaign of all the ones I've ever played in, which was based on Tales of Symphonia. Yeah, don't let Boo know. Oh, Big Eyes, Small Mouth. Oh, he knows about that. Never mind. We're fucked.
Oh, okay. This is actually how he's been running his campaign to this point.
Right. And since I'm posting right now, I'm going to take this opportunity to note that I probably won't comment on the new episode for this week until after the next podcast. Reason being that I need to give myself more time to write, and I usually do other stuff on the weekends. The last one was rushed. I kept myself awake a lot later than I should have to finish it. I don't feel very great right now about how it came out. Hey, you're fine.
It came out fine.
Anyway, I just wanted to let you know so you don't become emotionally distraught with worry about where I am. Also, I promise that I'm eating properly and brushing my teeth before bedtime, but I also say a lot of swear words that I have conjured a demon. Good night.
You have warm clothing in case it gets cold, I hope. Or cool clothing in case it gets hot.
Exactly.
I have no idea where you are. I haven't figured that out yet.
That was Lux. That was Lux. So, good. Glad you're doing all right. Don't worry. We took a week off, and I know you commented later about it too. So, anyway. So Ronald also commented on a couple other episodes. But this one he commented on episode 49. Are we playing the wrong TTRPGs? And is D&D 5e too easy? You were not there for this one, unfortunately. So, he says, if they claim to be originalists about D&D, somebody should tell them that Gary Gygax wrote in the original D&D booklet, Men and Magic, there is no reason that players cannot be allowed to play as virtually anything, provided they begin relatively weak and work up to the top, i.e. a player wishing to be a dragon would have to begin as, let us say, a young one, and progress upwards in the usual manner, steps being predetermined by the campaign referee. Page 8. There you go. Hey, Pizza Funk, how's it going? Don't tell him that Big Eye Small Mouth D20 is getting an update to 5e called Anime 5e. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Stop. Who's getting too much power?
It's a good thing he's not here.
Alright, everyone, this is a secret between us and you.
Yes.
Don't fuck us on this.
He doesn't watch this, so he's fine. We're fine.
Yeah, no, we're currently fine. The only way he's gonna find out is if you let us.
One of you rats. Swear to God.
If one of you, I don't know, donates $10 when Boo is here.
Fuck you, donate. No. He also commented on last week's saying, sad my internet failed, I missed a live Garibay reaction, so entertaining. Don't worry, YouTube died for us, so we couldn't even finish the video. Sucked, but, you know. Indigo, hey, you're in the chat. What up? I see your imp face there, Pizza Funk, don't you dare. So on last week's Firearms and Fantasy, Indigo says, guns in fantasy is okay by me. Guns, much like fireballs, go boom. What's not to like about boomsticks? If it works for Ash against the Evil Dead, it works for me. Exactly, dude.
There was something, what was it? It was Pat stares at Mass Effect 1 video.
Oh.
I was watching last night, and he was like, describing like the different upgrades you can do and like how different classes are better at different things. And he's like, if you do this, you can cast American magic. which is shotguns. And I loved it.
That's great. That's really good.
I'm like, yes, good.
Yes.
As it should be.
I approve of this. And finally, Lux on last week's episode says, I guess we all skipped a week. I hope everything's all right for you guys. Yes, thank you. And I guess I'd better get this posted. Oh my god, Boo!
Hello.
You're earlier than you said.
Yeah, I didn't know how long shit was gonna hold me at work.
Yeah,
but,
no worries, no worries. Well, we're on the last comment of the comments, so you're here in time.
Yeah.
So Lux says, give me just a second to actually do this.
This video is
okay. Lux continues to say, and I guess I'd better get this posted, but I didn't really take much advantage of the extra time, so I don't know. I might just give myself a deadline of 2 weeks to comment on new videos, but retain the option of posting within the first week. You're good. You don't have to. You're fine. You comment all the time, which I appreciate, but man.
Reserving the right, I see.
Anyway, my mind goblins wanted me to let you know what my plans were, so hopefully that settles them down. All right, yeah. No, I feel you. No worries.
Hey man, I know how it feels to have a wall go on in your head.
Oh yeah.
And he doesn't even play orcs.
As a matter of fact, my first actual tabletop DM made me change my character's gender to be the same as my own. So yeah, direct experience with that happening. I stayed with that campaign for longer than I should have, but it didn't end up being worth it. Would have just walked out the door immediately if it happened again. Fair enough.
Yeah. I've never heard of a DM forcing character change or like gender swaps on a character.
Yeah.
And having like I've never heard of that DM being a good DM.
Yeah.
It's always linked to some horror story.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure you have one, because it seems you do. So I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah. I've certainly gotten the impression that this is far from common, but I've also never won the lottery. If I've encountered one DM like that, there are probably enough of them out there to be worth addressing. Yeah, well, they do the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so you fuckers. Immediately in the chat. Is Boo the person we shouldn't tell about Anime 5e? I think they said tell him. There's so you know Big Eyes Small Mouth.
Yeah.
They're making it into 5e version.
Oh,
Apparently.
nice.
They're updating it. Yeah.
That's cool.
Anyway,
that'll certainly make switching systems from 3.5
there it is.
easier.
There it is.
Yeah. I made the joke that that's how you're running this campaign so far. It's actually just an anime campaign that you've converted into 3.5.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was just inspired by anime, and I completely forgot that Big Eyes Small Mouth existed before I started running it. Not to mention, none of us have ever played it. We are all way more familiar with D&D, so you know.
Yeah, that's true.
All of us are more familiar with D&D, and I'm at least half familiar with Gintama.
Yeah, half familiar. You saw 7 episodes, you bitch.
For my thoughts on including guns in D&D and Pathfinder. First of all, they should fit the setting. Early firearms existed in the late medieval period, so they're feasible in any setting where full plate armor also exists. But if you're going for an earlier period like a Viking Age, or the time of Arthurian legend, they would be highly anachronistic. And I can definitely say I wouldn't like them there. Even maintaining the infrastructure to mass-produce firearms and gunpowder during that time wouldn't be feasible. If your setting uses the trope of medieval stasis, where thousands of years pass with little, if any, technological progress, gunpowder poses a problem. Magical firearms might still fit, but actual gunpowder implies chemistry emerging as a science in that world. If chemistry is discovered and studied, technology is going to start changing rapidly. Some settings might apply the term alchemy to a field of science within their setting that is actually chemistry, but that's not really what alchemy is. alchemy dealt in mystical properties that were ascribed to matter and sought a way to transmute matter from one form to another. It was really a process that was based more on doctrinal concepts of magic than actual hard science. If people in the setting are studying the actual physical properties and interactions of matter and applying true scientific rigor to their work, what they are practicing is chemistry, regardless of what the setting's creator calls it. And if gunpowder works the same way in that setting as it does in real life, then it works by chemistry, not alchemy. Though I suppose... Oh, let's go on.
This is why because I've always found alchemy to be intensely interesting. Because speaking as an IRL chemist, and alchemy is the father of chemistry, the more I know about like alchemy and its backgrounds, the more I can learn about what chemistry is. So that's why I've like always loved alchemists in like fantasy, because I get to flex those alchemical muscles.
Did you ever watch Dr. Stone?
I watched a couple episodes. I did not really like the I don't know. I found the plot progression to be meh. But given that I'm currently like looking for new anime to watch, I'm considering Dr. Stone and like giving it another shot.
That's fair enough. I have some recommendations, but we can talk about that later.
Yes, let the weeb shine.
Though I suppose it's possible for the guards to have just told mortals how to make gunpowder. I suppose that's okay, although it does open up a lot of questions for you to answer, like who maintains this knowledge and why did the gods reveal it? And why didn't the gods tell them how to make laser guns? And it moves the world a step further into pure fantasy. So laser guns? I don't know about going that far with that. In the sense of, like, so I guess the way that I would justify that, and I know I'm stopping at this point because this is the only point that I have contention with, though. The laser guns might be too alien to them, I guess, in the sense of giving them too much.
Regular guns would be alien too.
Well, so what I'm saying is too much divinity in that way, right? Where with something like a regular gun, they would be able to understand that more so, I think. Because if you shoot a gun and you say, this gun makes a very small pebble go through a man, and then you shoot a laser gun, and then you say, this gun makes the light fucking destroy a man. They might go, the light? Right. And
we already have that with clerics. We don't need this shit.
Well, you know what I mean.
We'll
but
take the
like,
pebble, though.
it's just, I don't know. It's so what I don't see is the it going, hey, the gods told you how to make gunpowder. Why didn't they tell you how to make laser guns? It's like, well, I don't know, man. That doesn't seem like a question that I would really ask, because gods work in mysterious ways, but also well, there was a setting that I was playing in once that was like, hey, smithing is something that the gods taught. And it's basically just another form of worship, right? The only people that know how to do smithing is these followers of this god, right? Because he taught them how, and only those people know how, and they don't want to spread the teachings to anybody who isn't an acolyte, basically, or chosen by the gods. And so, I don't know, maybe in that same respect, they taught them how to do this because they didn't want to make them, too powerful really quickly. I don't know. Laser guns might fuck a god up. I don't know. I don't know.
That's why the gods program it with like an anti-god thing.
Yeah, sure. It doesn't shoot God. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I don't know. It's just weird to me.
Yeah.
As for mechanics, I would feel no guilt in having firearms exist in a late medieval world, but having them actually kind of suck for adventuring purposes. That would be realistic. The advantages of early firearms was that they could turn a mob of barely trained peasants into a military useful fighting force, but the classic medieval weapons of the time were more useful in the hands of people who were actually proficient in using them, and that's what D&D style adventures actually are. Though I also wouldn't be against having guns as be a weapon that you would just fire off on your first turn before you draw your main weapon and charge in. Yeah, sure. If I wanted guns to actually be prominent in a campaign, I would probably just move the setting to a later time period, in the 17th or 18th century. You could have a campaign reminiscent of the Three Musketeers, where everyone would definitely benefit from at least having a pistol on hand. Excuse me, but swordplay is also still a valuable skill. Oh my goodness. If I want guns to be absolutely dominant, then I would move up to the 19th century. But if I'm being honest, most people's worlds that I've actually seen really function more like the 17th, 18th century Europe anyway, just without guns. Centralized states, standing national armies, and dedicated town guards are very much a post-Renaissance feature. Yeah. I will say that I don't hate firearms in fantasy, but they don't really create my favorite aesthetic. I actually prefer a setting based on a much earlier part of medieval history, closer to the Migration period, or at least the Viking Age. Basically something earlier than 1000 AD, but if it's late medieval, the inclusion of firearms isn't terrible. There is, however, a risk that the players are going to get a little too excited about it, though. They're likely to think, cool, we get to have guns, we're going to be so powerful, but what they're going to be realizing later is, oh shit, there's an army of hobgoblins, and they have guns too. The lesson here is, be careful what you wish for. Granted, from the DM chair, I'd be having some fun.
Yeah, me too.
The thing Aiden said about getting shot being comparable to being stabbed is true of modern guns, but that's because modern bullets are significantly smaller, and they have a shape that lets them travel farther, faster, and with more penetration.
Shooting someone is just stabbing them at range. Prove me wrong.
Old guns shot round balls of what was usually lead, which would fuck you up if they actually hit you. There are records of people's limbs being blown clean off their bodies if they hit you. If they hit your torso, they would tear a huge bones. Yeah, tear a huge chunk out. The best way I've seen it put is that if being shot by a modern gun is like being stabbed with a knife, getting shot by a musket is like being stabbed by a fist. All right.
Yeah, that's the best part about stabbing someone at range. It's a punch.
In other words, it's extremely fatal, and 2d10 damage is easily realistic, if not something of a low figure. I guess so, yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. It'll fuck you up. It's true. I don't know. 2d10 damage just doesn't seem good for a mechanical standpoint. Remembering that video. Okay. Finally. That is all of the comments. We are through. It is time now for...
So, by the way, can I just share something that I find super cool that is fantasy, but is not D&D?
Yes.
So, I just finally learned what a Mass Effect was.
Oh, good.
Okay.
And that's because, like, how familiar are you two with this series?
I've played all of the games. I have not finished Andromeda because I got really, really bored.
Do you know how they shoot people? Like, the science behind the guns.
Yeah, I know there's extensive lore that you can read. I never read it. I really should. But I know that there's actual, like, science, quote-unquote, behind it, which is really
cool. How about you, Boo?
Never played any of the games.
Okay, so... I'm watching a video of someone who's kind of passionate about the series.
Very good.
And he said that they discovered another element that was called Element Zero. Mm-hmm. And when you run an electric current across it, it has a number of strange effects, including limiting the mass or increasing the mass. So, when you shoot someone with the gun in that game, you're shooting them with a bullet that is, like, coated in Element Zero, and the gun is, like, electrified. And granted, this could all be wrong. I'm getting this information like secondhand from a person and remembering it as best I can.
Yep.
But they shoot out the bullet and it's like a grain of sand. When it's like going down the barrel, but as soon as it exits the barrel, it's no longer in the electric field. So its mass suddenly increases. So it's like a tiny, tiny little bullet, but it's like as soon as it leaves the gun, it's got like the mass of like, say, a cannonball, for instance.
Yeah.
And you just shoot someone with it and like blow off limbs.
Yeah. That's cool.
Because the mass and speed are such that when it hits, it has incredible impetus. There is, of course, the whole kinematics perspective, where as soon as it increases in mass, it would decrease in size. As soon as it increases in mass, it would decrease in speed, rather. So as soon as it leaves the gun barrel, it would slow down, but they apparently did not know this. So you have things like that have the mass of a semi-truck flying around at like 2 times the speed of sound.
Yeah. Get fucked. It's great. I like Mass Effect. Anyway, yeah, cool. So, tell them Big Eye Smallmouth D20. It's the 3.5 version of Big Eye Smallmouth. There you go. At least in 3.5, there are no rules for standing around and screaming for 6 sessions powering up. That's true.
Are there rules for that?
Well, that does exist in the Dragon Ball Z RPG, though.
Oh my god.
DBZ also has a really badly designed RPG.
Well, I mean, yeah, if it's popular, it probably has some, something. Know what I mean.
Yeah. I love when RPGs have good alchemist/crafting systems that let you create new things. Yes. It's cool stuff. All right. Well, boys, it's time to talk about 4E.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. It's time.
Boy.
So, let us start talking about 4E with...
Yay.
with, what happened with 4th edition D&D. This is brought to us by Jorfdane. I don't know. Anyway.
This video is sponsored by Tactical Tokens, creating awesome monster and player tokens for your RPG game. Check out their Kickstarter in the description below.
This video is also from a long while ago. This Kickstarter is not a thing anymore, so that's why I don't care to, not let it play. Anyway.
Hello everybody, Jordan here. The PH is silent.
Jordan.
I wanted to talk about the changes from 3.5 to 4th edition and what eventually caused 5th edition. I had a patron ask me why everyone hates on 4E so much. I couldn't give a super great answer, so I did some research to make a video about it. I've played 4E for about 8 months, and I did enjoy my time playing 4th edition, but I see the problems people have with it. This video is mostly my opinions. There isn't really a definitive book or article on why do people hate D&D 4th edition. Starting off, we have to dip into 3.5 edition for a little bit. 3rd edition came out in 2000. By July 2003, a revised version of 3rd edition came out and was termed 3.5. It incorporated numerous rule changes addressing common complaints about the aspects of gameplay. They made changes to certain spells, but many things like magic items and monsters remain the same. Not everything was changed, and that's why they call it 3.5. They just updated 3rd edition. This was the start of 4th edition. People complaining that the rules weren't clear enough for players and dungeon masters. I'm sure only Wizards knows if these were the loud voices of a few players or the majority of the community. Regardless,
I mean, they'll buckle under the loud voices of a few people anyway, so...
Yeah. So
I believe it was here that Wizards of the Coast started to see their game as more of a tactical combat game with light role-playing. By 2007, Wizards announced 4th edition, which was then released June 2008. This was early. 3rd edition was now the shortest supported D&D edition, and the rumor was that 4th edition was going to be super different. Another problem that upset players is traditionally Dungeons & Dragons was released in 3 books, a player's handbook, a monster manual, and a dungeon master's guide, but this wasn't the case for 4th edition. With numerous volumes of player handbooks, Wizards of the Coast was encouraging players to pick them all up. I'm sure from their standpoint, more books equals more money, and players wanted more, so it kind of made sense. The game was then...
So the other players' handbooks just have more items, more background stuff, more classes. Just that's it.
I mean, and I was gonna say 3.5 also had the DMG2, the DMG3, like the Monster Manual 4 and 5. You know.
Oh, that's right. It did.
Yeah. So 3.5 had a shit ton of additions or additional content.
Yeah. So like that's to me that's a non-issue.
Yeah, I was gonna say
again. This is another thing where like. More content? Fuck you! I don't want, you know.
Well, so I don't think this is something that he's bringing as a bad thing.
Oh no! Right? I'm not. He's not saying that. I'm saying that it's stupid that apparently people were complaining about that. That's
sure. Yeah. No, that doesn't make any sense. Like it's just like what I said. Like 3.5 had that because it was 3.5. They put out everything again, basically, and that's what they do with every edition. And every time there's more things. I don't like. Yes, it is ultimately to make money, but it's also just to give more options. So I don't know.
And also changed drastically to balance Dungeons & Dragons from the ground up, rather than attempt to fix 3.5. Dungeons & Dragons was completely overhauled to resemble a miniature combat game more than a traditional RPG. Were they trying to compete with World of Warcraft? Was the MMO going to destroy conventional tabletop RPGs? Wizards of the Coast wanted to get new players. They wanted to appeal to the MMO World of Warcraft player. Now, I couldn't find any
Oh, okay, wait, he's gonna say.
articles or anything that specifically states that Wizards of the Coast was targeting this MMO market, nor that they intended D&D to feel more like a video game. However, the consensus with a lot of the fans is that they did. For many tabletop role players, 4th edition felt like a tabletop MMO, focused on combat.
So I see Indigo in the chat just roll eyes. Yeah, so I like when you bring up the thing that everybody parrots. Every time. And you say, I didn't find anything at all about this other than what everybody has been saying. Now, there is some value, sure, in that, but I don't know. Popular consensus isn't always a good metric. People really like... I could bring up so many things that people would not like that I say, but people really like a lot of things, and then when they're confronted with those things not being good, they hate you for it. You know, like that's people don't like a lot of things, but then when you find out how it's actually all right, they hate you for it. I don't know. It's how it is. From what I've seen from doing a cursory glance at 4E, I think I would have fun with it. That's the thing. It is D&D again, but more tactical based, right?
Yes.
And so I'm like, okay, that sounds interesting. The only thing that my brain would have a hard time dealing with in the beginning is just the power layout, right? Because there are so many powers. Oh my god, my brain can't handle that. I don't
because basically everybody has an equivalent of spells.
Yes. Yeah, and having looked into it a little bit, I was just like, oh my god, there's so many powers. Everybody gets like all of these powers all the time. But it did make it so that everybody kind of played, and this is the thing, it made everybody kind of play the same in a way. Which was interesting to me because it's just like I don't know how much that would translate. It seemed that way again.
What do you mean everybody played the same way?
So with everybody having those powers, it seemed like the I guess it's more the classes. The classes all seem to play like if you played a class like a fighter. It was basically just another, like, everything was the same class, in a way. Obviously, not entirely so, because you could heal with your, clerics and stuff, and you had specific powers for that, I guess, that allowed you to pull from the healing pool, because there's a healing pool now, that you can't just heal if you... Anyway. So...
No, you have completely lost me. Having actually read the books, it's not really like that.
Okay, okay. There is...
I know what you're saying, because, like, since every class has powers, everybody starts to feel the same because we're all casting spells, quote-unquote.
Yeah.
But It's the same as if in 3.5, if you had a whole bunch of magic items that had activatable effects.
So that's different though, because you get those magic items. Like that would be different because the classes themselves aren't ingrained with that.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's
fair. The thing with the healing thing is like everybody had this like hit pool, right? Hit die pool basically. And then you healed with certain powers, and you could take that pool once without using a power. You could heal with it once, and then in order to actually heal, that pool was used by these powers. Like you could roll additional die from them from these powers in order to heal. I
don't actually remember that at all. Maybe my brain just deleted that.
That's what I got, at least from the video that I watched.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I could be totally off base. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'd have to actually look at the books again.
Right.
Aiden, still awake?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just distracted by something.
That's fine.
They listen to Twitter too much now. That's true. This guy doesn't know anything. So what I will say is that he said this is all his opinions, which he didn't need to say, because yes, of course it is. That doesn't need to be said. He doesn't know anything about this section other than what people have told him, which is, something.
Hearsay, so.
Well, yeah, it's just that thing, like, nobody knows and nobody's going to know in this specific case. What I will say is that there is something, again, to the fact that a lot of people feel this way, sure, but I don't know. 4E has a simpler version in board game form. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Have any of you played the D&D board games?
No. I have not.
I fucking hate them. God, I fucking hate them. Oh,
Why
God.
did you play them?
Because my friend had him, and I was hanging out with him, and he was like, "Hey, you want to try it?" I was like, "Sure, fuck it, I don't know." And then,
and then you regretted that decision.
Yeah, I never want to play another one ever again. Every time you revealed a monster, it immediately got to attack you, so you're always losing health immediately. And basically,
you found content, now pay the content tax.
Yeah. Like, legitimately, you would explore a dungeon, right? You would reveal tiles. And you would walk onto a tile, it would reveal it, the monster immediately gets to attack you, because the monsters always go first when they're revealed. So if you didn't have a healer, you would just slowly be whittled down, or maybe you would be lucky enough to get to the end, right?
Yeah.
But what you could do is just...
How did this pass QA?
What you could do is just walk around on that tile until you healed up with your healer, because your healer gets the power to heal, and so you could just do that every turn and then get the next tile. So there was no reason to not have a healer. There was no reason to do anything but be a fighter and a healer, basically. Yeah, it sucked.
That sounds like a pretty accurate representation of D&D.
Yeah, exactly. It was
5
really,
stars.
It's really shit.
5 stars. Yeah.
Anyway, that's a tangent. 4E was designed to answer 3 primary complaints about 3.5. Codzilla. COD?
Like Godzilla with an M16?
No, maybe? I don't know.
No, I think they're talking about a giant fish.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Godzilla. It's C and then lowercase o and then capital D. So I think it represents something. I don't know what that is. The linear fighter / quadratic wizard problem, and the complaint that melee classes fell behind casters post 5th level, which has just always been the case.
Yeah, that has always been the case. There's nothing wrong with that.
No,
that's how it should be.
Well, I wouldn't say should. I would say there are ways to get around it easily. Magic items easily get you around that. There's also a lot of Star Wars Saga Edition in D&D 4E. Saga was used as a playtest game for 4E. Okay. Problem with 4E is presentation, and that Wizards of the Coast did kind of mislead the fan base. What they were claiming didn't match up with the physical presentation. And 4E's core design focus was different. Instead of focusing on the individual, the game focused on the team. Every class had a team role to fit into. And Slay was talking about the board games are really hard, and that's true. This did away with the paradigm of needing a fighter, cleric, wizard, thief. Instead of a cleric, you can have a warlord. Instead of a fighter, you could have a paladin.
That's true.
You can still...
I mean, warlords don't exist anymore, unfortunately.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, you can still do that in 3.5.
There are no warlords in 3.5.
What yeah, there are. It's a prestige class. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Well, the warlord in 3.5 is a prestige class. Warlord in 4E is just
I know it is a class. What I'm saying is you don't need to be in that paradigm of having fighter, cleric, wizard, thief in 3.5. There's so many fucking classes.
Hell, we're playing 3.5 and we've never had that.
Right. Like you can make it around that and you're fine.
Yeah.
Gasp, it's Final Fantasy, the board game. Yeah, it really was. It sucks. And 4E did require players to use some aspect of critical thinking and application of learning to actually learn the game system. I would say that for any system. Regardless. Well, less so for 5e.
Yeah, I was gonna say not for 5e, but
less so. There is stuff that you need to still think about.
No.
Okay, all right, well.
You need to learn nothing.
You missed a rule. If you don't draw a tile, you need to draw an encounter card, which could be worse than a monster. That's true!
Oh, so you couldn't even do that. Jesus.
Yep.
5 out of 5.
It's a really, really good game. Everybody should play a D&D board game. Codzilla. Good. Cleric or Druidzilla. Gotcha. Clerics and Druids are the most versatile and powerful classes in the core rules of 3.5. In D&D in general, I would say. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, what I will say is from looking at it, again, it seems like everything's on a more equal playing field, and yes, it is very much a team-based game, which is cool. I like that idea, right?
Yeah.
In the sense of, by team-based, of course, I mean combat-focused team-based, right? Mm-hmm. Where everything can combo off each other in a way. That's like pretty
the thing that I noticed a lot of in 4E was auras.
Yes.
Auras and effects
you mentioned that.
And things on things on things on things, and it just gets a lot to track. Like, if you think tracking a lot of shit in 5e or 3.5 is hard, trust me, like, it's double as hard in 4e. Because everybody's got auras, everybody's got effects and buffs and debuffs and shit. Sure. It's just crazy.
Sure.
And so that just makes it a bit harder to keep track of everything, and so, yeah.
Anyway.
Tactics and gearing up, less on story. Traditional fans of 3rd edition and AD...
okay, sorry, I didn't let him complete that. Let me run that back.
Yeah.
Players, 4th edition felt like a tabletop MMO, focused on combat, tactics, and gearing up, less on story.
Depends on your DM.
So yeah, I was gonna say
depends on campaign.
There is literally nothing in the system that says you do story less.
Yeah,
that is quite literally just going to be based on your DM, based on your campaign, based on all that stuff. It's like, come on.
And so let's not forget that this is not him. This is what
right.
he has
this is
heard
consensus.
from people.
Right.
So don't.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're right.
Just wanted to make sure.
System mastery is kind of required in 4E. Gotcha.
Yes.
It was really meant for the VTT. They sadly never finished. VTT. What's VTT?
Virtual tabletop.
Oh, the board games?
I
don't remember. But if that's what you're talking about, it's the one reason why 5e is way more popular. The game isn't designed to challenge or make players think. It's just hands players everything. Nah, okay, let's be fair. It doesn't, so it can do all of those things. Oh, and 4e was meant for the virtual tabletop. Gotcha. Okay. Let's be fair with 5e. That is definitely something that you can implement. Yes, they get all their stuff pretty quickly and stuff, but again, you can challenge them quite easily in 5e. It can become a challenge. I think it's designed the design is simplicity in order to play in any setting, quote unquote, or not setting, sorry, at any table of any age, right? Anybody can play 5e, but regardless of whether or not they can be challenged, that is more so something that an individual can make, I think. Plus experience, plus running the system and actually understanding it, seeing how the monsters work. That's something that can be for any system, I think. So I wouldn't say that 5e isn't as challenging, because it very much can be. What I will say is the healing system and stuff, yes, that if you use base healing stuff, that does make it like less challenging, sure. And the ease of use of it is why we use it for our 3.5 campaign. It's not to make it less challenging, because Boo could kill us in an instant if he fucking tried. Like, any fucking time. It's just to make it so that between those moments where we're just hanging out in the town, we're not hanging out in bed.
Yeah, because that's less fun, you know.
Well, so we can just
have downtime, and then you have to spend your downtime fucking in a coma.
Right,
Aiden.
like that's true. We could obviously go time skip, right?
Yeah,
easily.
Absolutely.
But actually having
that happens.
Well, so we could time skip and we could say we do things during it, but if we're healing up, we can't do anything during a heal, right? You have to focus on resting. That's literally in the core rules for 3.5. If you don't focus on resting, you're not going to heal. When Wizards of the Coast was making 4e, they were wanting to make a virtual tabletop for it, but the virtual tabletop never materialized. It was part of their advertising. Oh, Roll20 came out a bit too late for it. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, like, true mastery of a system isn't in making a complicated enough or difficult enough encounter to, like, kill your players or something.
No.
It's in knowing what your players can handle, and in making an encounter that's just difficult enough.
Yep.
Like, fine-tuning that.
Yep. It's a challenge, it's not a slog. I used one of Matt Covell's suggestions of using 4e monster manuals in 5e with good success. Nice.
Yeah, I've wanted to use some of the stuff from the 4e monster manuals, but I just don't know how to do the conversions because it's weird.
Oh, sure.
Like with the stat blocks, I mean.
Yeah. There's probably something that like is out there for you to like reference that might make it easier.
Yeah, probably.
But those who don't like 4e because it's like an MMO, that's just dumb. All video games can say thank you to D&D. D&D's influence in popular culture and fantasy video games is enormous. All MMOs can say thank you, D&D. That's true. I would say so. Final Fantasy was literally, they ripped off assets out of the original D&D monsters.
Yeah.
There is official conversion stuff. There you go. So, look into that.
Oh, okay then.
Traditional fans of 3rd edition and AD&D didn't really care to play a video game at a table. The game was changed from the ground up. Spells and abilities were replaced with powers. Every class had powers, so every class was essentially easier to balance with one another and appealed to more people. Characters were played essentially the same way to encourage players to try different classes. No longer would a fighter be left in the dust to an all-powerful wizard. A rogue would use their stealthy sneak stabby powers, and a sorcerer could use their produce fireball powers. But every character had essentially a few at-will powers, abilities they could use anytime, encounter powers, abilities they could use once per fight, and daily powers, which would be used only once a day or long rest. This put many of the characters on the same playing field, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, fighters want to feel powerful at level 20 just like a wizard does. Combat was very tactical. As new books came out, more powers were released that would shape the battlefield, making miniatures and a battle map key to playing. However, many people played 3.5 and earlier editions using Theater of the Mind. They didn't want to invest in miniatures. A general description of the battlefield should have been enough for a few friends to roll some dice and play an RPG.
Here's the thing, about miniatures. You can use anything as a miniature.
Yeah.
I, for the longest time, used other dice as my minis in order to represent where people were. Because I have a lot of dice. And so I was like, fucking, you're this one, you're number 1 on this D6, you're number 2 on this D6 that looks similar, you're number 3, you know?
Yeah.
And then did it with that. Like, I understand not wanting to buy a lot of miniatures. That's totally fair. That's fine.
Yeah.
Do whatever the fuck you want.
Very expensive, trust me, I know.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I still have yet to do much with mine. But, like, that isn't against the system itself. That's an additional, like, thing, right?
Yeah.
Because, again, you can represent it with whatever the fuck. You can get an old army man from your grandpa that's from 1942 and, like, put it on the field, and that's now a mini. You did it. That's somebody, you know? Plus, D&D 4e is way more like Final Fantasy Tactics than an MMO. That's true. From looking at it, that's true. Final Fantasy Tactics is great, by the way. Get the right...
So,
oh, sorry.
So I actually have a question.
Okay.
I have no experience with 4e, so feel free to disregard or ignore my opinion and question if necessary.
Okay.
But just because people want a system that it could be considered quote unquote crunchier in combat,
Sure.
I don't think that's indicative of them aiming for MMO RPGs in particular.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because D&D and how to put this, you would need to add so fucking much to D&D before it became WoW, and
Yes.
you would need to subtract so much from D&D. The two are ultimately very different, and it's possible 4e was more like WoW, what with like aura mechanics and stuff like that, and like passive buffs. But like I don't find that indicative of an MMO RPG in and of itself.
We have a comparison, and I don't know why it wasn't brought up because it was around forever. Tactical war games.
Yeah.
Like, they have been around for fucking ever. Not just Warhammer.
Yeah.
Fucking...
I mean, war games started with the actual military.
Exactly. Like, that's what it reminds me of. It doesn't remind me of, like, when you say in the chat there, it's like Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics reminds me of war games. That's what it is. You're on a grid, you're going around doing the thing, like, you're rolling to hit, quote unquote, but, you know, like, it is a war game. It is way more war games esque. And yes, D&D came out of tactical war games. That's true. So they went back to, like, kind of what they came from with 4e, it looks like. And I don't know why people keep calling it a video game when they, like, because not enough people apparently know about war games. Yeah. Right? Like, and yet, fucking, well, this video is from about 2 years ago, but even then, Warhammer didn't start getting, like, way more popular until a few years ago.
I was thinking of Warhammer.
Yeah. Like, Warhammer got way more popular recently, so, you know, maybe nowadays people will hopefully make the comparison better, but whenever I hear people talking about video games, I'm like, well, yes, only certain types. The tactical games that are like war games. You know? Right. But D&D with 4e still has way more than that you can do, because it I haven't looked at the rules for crafting or anything, but I assume there is. I assume there's stuff like that. There's stuff about NPCs and interacting with them. That shit isn't in a war game.
Yeah, there's not.
Right? Like it's crazy.
And, unfortunately, I wish I could like pull up a book and be like, you know, it's like, oh yes, I am the expert on 4e.
Sure.
Allow me to instantly know exactly, you know, what page. But yeah, no, it's been so long since I've read those books. I honestly couldn't tell you.
That's fine.
But I do believe that there were rules for crafting, and there are absolutely things, because I remember reading the DMG, because again, that was my first game, so I read the DMG.
Yeah.
And yeah, it did teach you how to, like, role play. It never had it never tried to push you away from role playing ever.
Yeah. So again, I think it's a lot of people looking back at it and going, just like I didn't like it for this reason, and then they start making up a few reasons or something, or conflating, possible. Not conflating, maybe inflating or something. I don't know. Whatever they're doing with the reasons, they're looking back at them wrong. I think. I don't know. Somebody like Indigo's here, our resident 4E man. And everything Indigo says like sounds reasonable to me. I don't know.
Right, Indigo, here's your best opportunity to lie. Just make it sound reasonable.
It's true. Well, that's true. That's the thing. I have no reason to doubt this because you seem very, very much into the thing. If somebody else came in and started giving me like other things and more references, and like they gave me, I don't know, an official documentation or something, right? Then I would go, okay, now I have that, right? Because they would then have like more things in front of me that I would have to reference. But at this point,
and I don't want to do that. I just want to take their word for it.
So I would love to do that more if there was more of that discourse going around about 4E.
Yeah.
Right? But everybody just goes, oh, thank fuck it's not 4E. Remember 4E? It was bad. And again, I went with the meme. I went with the meme for a long time. But these days, I'm like, well, is it really that bad, though? Is it just not something that you don't prefer?
Yeah, that's pretty much all it is.
Yeah, maybe you really don't like the tactical aspects as much. Maybe you'd rather it be less tactical. I don't know. And in that case, it's like, well, you can put the tactics into whatever, or take the tactics out of whatever. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see. What did I miss? Get the right video game analogy, at least when you want to compare it to a video game. Yes. 5-hour encounters. Can you also name an edition of D&D that doesn't have at-will actions, encounter/short rest actions, daily long rest once per day, class actions? Yeah, I know. That's in everything. It's just named different things. Had a 4E boss encounter that lasted 3 sessions of about 3 hours for each. Ooh. Your DM must have hated you.
Yeah, holy shit. Either that or I had like
or it was
phases.
Like, I was gonna say, or it was like the biggest thing ever. Oh my god.
Yeah, like
and even then, I would
campaign finale.
Yeah.
Even I would like, even if it's a fucking campaign finale, I wouldn't make it last that fucking long.
Maybe
holy
2
shit.
sessions at most.
Yeah.
We had a house rule for the first monster manual. Gotcha. Yes. When we first played it, we had that too. So, Ode changes So we changed elites and bosses to have half the hit points, but did double damage. Oh, there you go. Fun fact: I got into TTRPGs because I played a war game. Hey, yeah, there you go. Absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
Yeah. After
because,
that,
I mean, hell, if you've ever seen some of the people who do like battle reports on YouTube, specifically Winters SEO, he does a lot of battle reports, and he has a lot of people that come on, and basically they do a whole hell of a lot of role playing with their army. It's like, oh man, my army's been doing this and this and this, and hell, even in Warhammer today, there is narrative play.
Yeah,
where you make an
it's
army,
really cool.
You have a name. Yeah, you have an army and a general, and you win or lose battles, and depending on what happens, you gain campaign points, and you can change your army with them, or get artifacts or traits or whatever. That's already a thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, they already do writing for Warhammer as a result of like the way games went for them. They determined who won this planet.
Yeah, and like they then went a step further and then turned it into TTRPGs themselves, right? Yeah. Like it's a whole thing.
And it was basically just because instead of wanting to have a whole army, it's like I kind of want to just, instead of wanting to write a story about an entire army or division or squad or whatever, I would prefer to do it on just one guy so I can focus all my effort on that. And then it just evolved from that.
Yeah. After that one house rule, we did see an uptake of character death for a couple of months. There you go.
Yeah, I bet.
the argument that 4E isn't their D&D is accurate. Yes.
Yes, that's totally fine. If it's something that you don't like,
that's
then
fine.
Absolutely, it's fine. It's just the amount of vitriol that is thrown against 4th edition is completely unwarranted.
I would
damn
say
you,
so.
4th edition.
Yeah,
Hate
damn
my
it.
child.
I hate you so much. You made the tornado touchdown in my city.
Hell, this is kind of making me want to run my future Material World campaign in 4E just for the hell of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed. It would be weird because
just for the fuck of it.
Relearning a system.
I legitimately would not mind getting practice with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It could be fun. I mean, I have the books.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's the presentation. The presentation of how the classes look is very jarring. The first time we picked up the book and looked at it, it was like looking at something extremely different. But if we think of D&D being a game of you pick a race, pick a class, go out, smash monsters, steal treasure, go back to town, gain levels, get more power, repeat, then 4E is just another D&D. Yeah, I mean, if you break anything down like that, or sorry, any of the editions down like that, yeah, they're all the same. Obviously, the difference here is just the combat. I think that's the main difference of 4E, and that's the thing that everybody was like, eh! Which is weird. So yeah, had Wizards of the Coast presented 4E the same as Star Wars Saga Edition, which is what we were led to believe by things Wizards of the Coast said, 4E would have been received a lot better. Sure, I'm sure that just in terms of perception, if people were more informed, they would be less adverse to change, right? Because again, people don't like things changing anyway, right? It's just kind of a fact. So if they were led to believe that this was going to be different anyway, people would have maybe tempered their expectations a bit. I don't know. Anyway, let's see what else they got to say.
Many players enjoyed the new system for eliminating DM rulings in favor of Wizards of the Coast or, quote, official rulings. DMs couldn't agree on how far away a monster was, or where a monster was pushed, or how many hit points it had. All of these were very mathematically scripted out. Many 3.5 players had invested heavily into that game and were sad to see D&D coming out with a new system so quickly. Those players wanted...
Sorry, I'm confused as to what his point was with the whole... I don't know... I'm gonna drag it back with this, because I don't know what his point is here.
Yeah.
Using theater of the mind. They didn't want to invest in miniatures. A general description of the battlefield should have been enough for a few friends to roll some dice and play an RPG. Many players enjoyed the new system for eliminating DM rulings in favor of Wizards of the Coast or, quote, official rulings.
Oh, okay. I see. It's less theater of the mind stuff. They wanted a physical battlefield. I understand.
They made it less vague, and they said, okay, in this situation do this, in this situation do this.
So
I can see liking that more.
Sure.
It's not what I think fits best for our table and what fits best for most tables.
Well, so my whole thing is you did this regardless of, like, you could do this in any edition.
Yeah.
Right? So what was 4E's thing that made it so that this was now a problem? Is it because the tactical thing is present? Because again, I really think it all boils down to the combat system. That's the impression that I'm getting, at least.
I don't know, maybe I heard him wrong, but didn't he effectively say, not word for word, didn't he effectively just say that in 3.5 the whole there was more rule of the DM rules versus
so that was the implication
thing?
That was the implication.
Is that what he meant? I don't know.
I'll play it again, but
the
implication seems to be in previous editions it was more wishy-washy on the, like, how far things went and such.
And
which is very strange because playing 3.5 everything is laid out very meticulously.
Yeah.
To roll some dice and play an RPG. using theater of the mind. They didn't want to invest in miniatures. A general description of the battlefield should have been enough for a few friends to roll some dice and play an RPG. Many players enjoyed the new system for eliminating DM rulings in favor of Wizards of the Coast or, quote, official rulings. DMs and players...
Okay, so is that implying that in 3.5 there were no less official rulings from Wizards of the Coast about rules and things?
I believe so.
Which is strange.
Yeah, that's... Okay, and so here's the thing. If you have a problem with that, all you do is, oh, this is the official rules. Huh, I don't really like that, so we're going to do this.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
So I'm sort of in a weird position on this, but I find it very relevant.
Okay.
I'm part of 4 D&D campaigns, 2 of which I DM.
Hello.
I remember the days I had free time. One of them is on hold at the moment, so it's really 3. So it's really
great.
I'm part of 3. I DM 1.
There you go.
Okay.
So I can still sleep at night.
Must be nice.
However, I can understand the appeal of wanting a more, I think they call it pretzel D&D or beer pretzel D&D or something.
Yeah.
Where
absolutely.
it's like you just want to kind of sit around a table, roll some dice, have a few laughs.
Yeah.
And like you're not really looking for anything too serious campaign wise. But I can understand that because recently one of the things that I've been looking forward to more in one of my campaigns is combat. Like when people are just sitting around and role playing, like my paladin doesn't talk much despite like how high his charisma is.
Sure.
He's just kind of a creepy dude and a bit of a wallflower.
Okay.
So what I do in a lot of social situations is I've got my head leaning on my hand and I'm just sitting and waiting. However, when it comes to combat, boy, do paladins fuck. They fuck hard.
Yeah, that's true.
And when combat happens, I whip out my sword, I get a glint in my eye, and like I'm fucking ready to smite boys.
Sure, yeah.
So I can understand wanting a more like combat heavy, combat focused RPG with your buds. However, the other campaign I'm part of at the moment is Devils and Dice, where combat is not really a thing, like most ever.
Yeah, most of the time you just fucking grapple people to the ground.
Yep.
And that's it. We need when's the
and everybody else wails on them.
Yep.
Yeah. And then actually Aiden, when are you gonna run a luchador campaign for us? Because I'm about it. No.
Given the whole 4 and 2 and 3 and 1 thing, not at the moment. and Devils and Dice, and then that way all of a sudden I now have a free evening and we'll consider it.
Yeah, right. Anyway, continue. Combat is not really a thing.
Yes.
Why not be part of 4 campaigns in DM3?
Yeah.
Because I appreciate my sanity. Jesus Christ.
Right. Jesus.
My dwindling sanity.
God, I know the feel.
I don't need it to go down any faster.
Anyway, combat is not really a thing.
Yeah, combat's not really a thing, and I look forward to like role playing more and like I don't want a beer and pretzels RPG. I want like us to talk and chat and like I am okay with us like chatting about shit till like however long it takes because I find the conversations themselves interesting.
Yeah.
However, the thing that's most notable about the difference between those two campaigns is, well, one's 5e and one's 3.5. But they have different DMs with different DMing styles.
Yeah, exactly.
And I like how Boo does roleplay more than how he does combat. And I like how Dave does combat more than how he does roleplay. And you're not providing me with my needs, Boo.
Yeah.
But because everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, I can understand wanting a Beer and Pretzels RPG. However, it is not the role of a whole edition to be like, there's more rulings for this, there's less rulings for this. This is why this edition is better or worse. It is quite simply just the edition.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It can be more complicated to like run the edition when you have to remember, okay, so and so is downwind of so and so they get a +2 circumstantial bonus to this.
Sure. Yeah.
Like there's a lot of rules to keep in your mind, and like the system is legitimately more crunchy. But I can understand it being crunchy as a criticism of the system itself. But I consider that to be just like tools in a toolbox for you as a DM to implement as you see fit.
Yeah. I wouldn't have put it any other way. Probably
would have done some more briefly than me, but
nah, probably not. I probably would have put in a lot more in there. So
hey man, there was a solid for me for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, but see, I can excuse it from you because you were in an accident. My brain just works that way.
all right, you know what? I'll shut up now. That's fair.
Oh, we have fun here. We have fun. All right. No. Anyway, so what else is here?
What are we talking about? Fun? I was serious.
Oh my god. Let's see. So yeah, that's not accurate of the times where that were the aughts. That was the decade pre-painted plastic miniatures were being pushed for the first time in the hobby. I remember the official mini packs for 4E. That was when we got Mage Knight, Hero Clicks, and 2 official miniature games from Wizards of the Coast with D&D miniatures and Star Wars miniature games. Randomly prepackaged miniature packs were introduced back then, and they were so cheap then. Oh my god, that's right.
Yeah.
They're not cheap anymore. Oh my god.
No, they are not. Well, I imagine those ones were probably cheap from the beginning because, I mean, Warhammer's been around since, like, even
No,
before.
I know. No, even... Probably in the beginning, yeah, but even the pre-painted ones now, they're still pretty fucking expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Believe me, I bought a few.
So... I bought a Riptide. I still have to, like, actually build that.
Oh,
you have a Riptide?
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
I didn't know you have a Riptide.
I bought it last year. I mentioned it on the podcast.
I remember that. I do remember that.
I don't remember. Yeah. Maybe I wasn't around in that episode.
You were.
No, I think you were there.
Whoops.
It's just been a while, to be fair.
Yeah, it's been a long time, yeah.
No, it was like, I think September of last year.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
That's far.
Yeah, and actually, you know what? It may have just completely slipped my mind ever since I got promoted.
Yeah, it probably did. Also, humble brag.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Just casually mentions that, like, oh yeah, no, it slipped my mind because I'm making more money now.
Well, no, that's not actually what I meant. I meant because I had a whole new...
You'll have to pardon me, the rich are forgetful.
Yes, I'm a little bit too bougie to keep track of your pittances. But it's not. It's
when's
not
the boo changing from Prince Boo to bougie?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's just because it's not because like it's just because it's a new department I have to learn all over again.
Oh yeah.
So I just had a full brain for a while there.
Yeah. Let's see.
Not anymore now. My brain is back to being empty most times.
Yay. 4E wasn't
we
just
wouldn't have them any other way.
Yeah. Unless, well, okay, my brain is empty until I start writing Cthulhu. Then it is full. Then I am the brain guy playing chess on his brain.
Yes.
Then that's me.
Against himself.
Boo, when are when does the Call of Cthulhu campaign start?
Not for a long fucking time because I'm
looking for it. I'm looking for it to be 4 and 2 for as long as possible.
Yeah. Jeez.
Someday I can move up to maybe someday I can move up to 4 and 1.
Oh. Yeah. So yeah, 4E wasn't just a combat game though. It's the only edition that has non-combat skill challenge support, which worked great for downtime activities and social encounters. That's right. Skill challenges. I forgot about those. Yeah, that's true.
I forgot about that too.
That's true. That was in 4E, which was cool. And has been taken from 4E into many other people's games because it's a really good thing. I like skill challenges.
As we're to continue talking about good shit from 4E, let us not forget minions.
Yes, always have to mention minions.
Yeah, the best thing that everybody takes from 4E.
Yep. But yeah. Anyway, this makes me want to play some 4E again. Personally, felt making a 4E character is way more fun than 5E. Dude, 5E making of a character is kind of formulaic at this point for me. But because it's really simple. It's really
because it's
easy.
meant to be simplistic. It's meant to be like.
Yeah, I have more fun with my 3.5 characters because it's like, ooh, now I get to plan out like I'm gonna take this feat when I get here, and it's gonna let me do what I want to do. You know.
I still think the edition that blows all of the editions out of the water for how fun it is to make a new character is Pathfinder 2E.
It is pretty good. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's really fun because I had a lot of fun making my character.
That's true. I remember that. Yeah, I remember you were super into it. It was great.
Yeah.
It's simplistic, but like it's really fun.
Sure, they didn't phrase the skill challenge system right. Blades in the Dark perfected the system with its circle system, but 4E did have the foundation for it.
Blades in the Dark.
Yes, that's the stealthy thing, I think. Like everybody's kind of roguey. It's been mentioned a few times. I know that much.
Oh man, you guys want to play? And then we can make our own thieves guild. And
my god! Yeah, I mean that'd be cool.
Like, we could play like Assassin's Creed, basically.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty neat.
That'd be pretty cool.
When
actually,
are we playing 7th Sea?
After Cthulhu and after my Material World campaign.
What about this?
And are we playing Mech Warrior after that?
You were gonna buy that book. I ain't running Mech Warrior. I'm playing Mech Warrior. Fuck
what
you.
About this system? What about that system? What about this system?
There is 100% going to be a DMPC if we play Mech Warrior.
That's fair. I'm totally fine with that.
Mech, God damn it.
Yeah, right?
You already get to run all of the enemy mechs.
Literally a dream come true. Like, I drive to work and I think, how fast could a mech go up this hill?
Probably pretty fast.
That's true. And then like
I imagine the mech just sitting behind the hill and firing rockets, and I go, yeah.
And I'm over here going, hey, when are we playing Warhammer campaign?
Me too.
Right, like,
dude, I have Total War Warhammer like updated right the fuck.
There's
now
also that. Oh, god damn.
Yeah,
so many things.
We never finished our Lizardmen and Vampires
We didn't.
War.
That is true. We should.
I finished my own Vampires campaign. And took over the whole entire map.
Nice.
Nice.
Anyway, every army was actually 2 armies because I was able to field enough generals that I could just move 2 people constantly.
Nice. A lot of classes' utility abilities were non-combat focused. I'm sure, yeah. I was told to lie about something earlier. 5e is the bestest, greatest, most awesomest thing ever.
There we go.
Yeah, that's a good lie. There you go. Pre-painted miniatures today are about triple the price for half the miniatures. That's true.
Yeah, it's true. Because
for-
people are scared to paint until they learn that it's actually not all that hard.
Yeah.
Unless you're bad at it, in which
I'm
case
bad
then
at
it's
it.
probably
It's
bad.
pretty great.
I mean, not hard.
4E also has the best DMGs. I mean, actual functional DMGs with rules on how to actually create encounters and not just some hand-wavy advice.
This is making me want to go back and read those books again, just to confirm and see.
I would say I haven't read 3.5's DMG for a while, so I can't really comment on that one at least.
Same.
But I could. Oh yeah, I forgot about minions too. Everybody forgets about the minions, and then they come in full force, and then they all die in one fireball.
Yes, and that's what makes them great.
Yeah.
Everyone has the minions until like the one guy with 300 of them shows up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The RPG I had the most fun making character for was probably Lancer. Don't do Mech Warrior, go with Lancer. It's a playable and functional mecha game. Hey man. Mech Warrior might be functional.
I
don't know.
Mech Warrior. I have Mech Warrior online, and I'm going to get Mech Warrior 5.
There you go.
Honestly, I want to play the Mech Warrior one because I know the I like the universe.
Sure, that makes sense. Yeah, sure.
I have, for those of you who want to Google it, a Razor Orb Weaver that I literally use. Like, I bought this for Titanfall 2.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And I use it when we play Mech Warrior.
I see.
Hell yeah.
That's neat. That's cool. Anyway, more of this video.
Like, I'm looking at it right the fuck now.
Yeah.
Seems like somebody wants to play some Mech Warrior Online again.
I want mecha in my life, god damn it.
Yeah.
I will find a way.
Get on the phone and call Elon Musk. We need to get him on here.
I will find a way to insert as much mecha as possible in my life.
You guys have seen that big mech that's like a racing mech, right?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
A racing mech?
Yeah, you should look it up at some point. It's really fucking cool.
Okay.
Have you seen the one that was pilotable by one person, and like they used it to like move trees around?
I don't know if I didn't see the one where they were moving trees, but I did see one that was pilotable by one person that had like 8 legs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was
like
kind of
legs.
It was complicated to pilot, and you had to get used to it. But once you like learned how to like walk and how to like use your weight and stuff like that, like you could learn it in 48 hours and
so like a car then that walks.
Yeah.
Cool.
I can have guns.
I meant
like,
the
whole time I was looking at those two arms and going, whoa.
Yeah.
I'm imagining a 40 mil cannon just strapped to that right
now. Yeah, I meant the pen and paper Mech Warrior RPG, not the video game, and so did we. That's the thing. Yeah. We want to do the Mech Warrior RPG because why not? You know. Anyway, here we go.
Couldn't agree on how far away a monster was, or where a monster was pushed, or how many hit points it had. All of these were very mathematically scripted out. Many 3.5 players had invested heavily into that game and were sad to see D&D coming out with a new system so quickly. Those players wanted Wizards of the Coast to update 3.5 to something like 3.75, which would fix a few more rules, then completely overhaul the game. If you play 5th edition, at this point you can kind of see the lessons they learned from both 3.5 and 4th edition when creating 5e. A new emphasis on story, using Dungeons & Dragons to allow people to tell a unique story. The rules are important.
As if it wasn't there before, but okay.
Yeah.
What I will say is that
we can only do it in 4th edition. We can only make unique stories.
Right. What I will say is that 5e is definitely more. What is more. It was no. It's not more, but it's definitely.
It's
what I would say is that it has a focus that definitely does scream to me, don't worry about the rules.
Yes.
Like that's
wait, which one? Sorry.
5th.
5th, yes.
Yeah, 5th absolutely. Is that way. Yeah.
I will say, I have a stance very much of like, if you don't like this rule, throw it out and substitute your own.
Yes.
And I will say that is something that I learned from 5e.
Sure.
Because it was like it had so much of a focus on like do what your DM tells you. Your DM has final say, and like I know they had it in earlier editions, that stance of like your DM has final say, yada yada.
Yeah.
But I was also like less familiar back then, and that's a personal thing.
Yeah.
But I like have 5e to thank for my stance with TTRPGs right now.
Oh, sure.
Of like, just do whatever works for your table. Find something that's fun for you.
It does help promote that mindset, I would say.
Yeah, that is something that like I will like always like D&D 5e will always have a soft spot in my heart because of that.
Yeah, a soft sport of blood as well, sure.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the
also possible.
That is the best thing that you can say about 5e is that it is so user friendly. It can get you in the mindset of the game and start thinking about different things and learning other things. And if it's not enough for you, you have all the older editions to fall back upon. It's like, I want something that's a bit more crunchy. Let's play 3.5 like how we do, because we like the official rules for stuff, because coming up with rules is a pain in the ass.
Can be.
Because I mean, hell, we made some classes and took some time, but yeah, that's the best thing about 5e is that it's so good at getting you into a lot of different RPG related mindsets.
It's the best gateway drug, I would say.
Yes.
You know?
Other than pot. That's the best.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best.
Because then, if you take pot, you're dead.
Yep. The MechWarrior universe is very cool. BattleTech was my first tabletop-like RPG game. Nice.
And I like the world. I'm less knowledgeable about the world. I just love all the mechs because they're so cool.
Sure, yeah.
Because
Jovian...
Aiden... Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Go on.
Aiden, you're more into anime mechs that are like fast, right?
I'm mostly into Titanfall-esque mechs, like mechs that are like at most maybe 2 stories tall and like can like sprint, but like 60 miles an hour is like about as fast as they go.
Yeah, and I am a huge fan of like walking tanks and like ones that are like 100 tons and like, they're fucking. Basically, you're into Tau mechs. I'm into Empire mech or Imperium mechs. I'm into Knights.
Knights are way more mobile than that.
Oh, I know.
You're into the Imperium. What's the fuck they're called? They're the huge fucking ones. Yeah. The dreadnoughts are the ones for the people. No. The big ass ones.
Fuck. I mean, those are Imperial Knights.
No. They're the Knights, and then they're the ones that are way bigger than the Knights. Way the fuck bigger.
Titans.
Yeah, the Titans. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Anyway.
I hate that as soon as I heard Titans, I thought prepare for Titanfall and looked over at my my thing I bought, and I'm like, oh.
Nice.
Rip.
Jovian Chronicles was a very fun sci-fi mech anime-inspired game system. Okay, ooh. Jovian Chronicles. Heavy Gear was cool too. 5e appears to have a focus on story because of its presentation. Its core rules, however, are still combat heavy, beat down the monster with D20's rules. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's... Well, that's why I'm saying it's the... I didn't say... I wouldn't say that it's more focused on the story. I know they did in the video. But... that's not true. It's just not. But it's never not had the focus be what it is. It just playing D&D. Like that's what I think the focus of D&D is. What I'm saying, like I said, is just it seems to give you more of the focus of don't pay attention to all these rules.
Yeah, or at least don't worry about them so much.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't let them bog your game down and negatively
like that's what I get from it, which I'm like, yeah, that's fine. But also, like, hey, what if I want to craft something?
Yeah, that'd be nice. And,
Anyway.
Actually, question about the rules here. Do you have any rules about an economy?
Oh.
No? Oh.
Well, you never really have, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they kind of
tell
did
you.
with they kind of did with some things, but like, yeah. Anyway,
Dude,
story.
I
rules-
can guarantee as soon as I play the Warhammer or whatever that other RPG was with the mech mechanics.
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever the fuck. As soon as I play that, the artificers in my worlds are going to change. Because I'm immediately going to come up with rules for, like, if you want to make a mech as your familiar, how do you do so? How much does it cost? Level requirements.
Yeah.
Like, weaponry you can take, yada yada.
Yeah.
Now, when you say it's a familiar, is it like a tiny mech? Or is it an actual mech that is like... Okay.
Oh no. Like we're talking mechs, not battle suits.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
No. I didn't mean a battle suit. I meant a mech that is like teeny tiny. Imagine a cat-sized
mech for
mech.
ants.
Those are already in there. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense.
But like, I'm not talking Pacific Rim, but like, I am talking like Riptides.
Yeah, that's fine. Just when you said familiar in my mind always suggests something very small.
Yeah, that's true. Makes 5e super wishy-washy. Want crafting rules? Let's make an alchemist class without crafting rules. There you go. Watsy loves you. I mean, artificer class. Yeah, well, you just infused an item now. My most memorable TTRPG scene was a chase/gunfight on a train. Using Jovian Chronicles cinematic rules. That sounds cool.
Ooh.
Story. The rules are important but flexible. I myself play with miniatures, but there have been times, narratively, it just works out better to have a theater of the mind and see where the dice take us. I'm thinking back to every underwater combat I've ever ran. 4E ran a lot like a video game, and people often use the term it was codified. Lore-wise, 4E shunned a bunch of their player base too. 4th edition came up with a new creation myth, a war with the primordials and the gods, the gods existing up in the astral sea and the primordials existing down in the elemental chaos. Primordials created the Shadowfell and the Feywild from the prime material plane. Certain iconic monsters or locations were now tied to this new mythology. The elves came from the Feywild, and Barovia was just part of the Shadowfell. The plane of shadow was now kind of the Shadowfell all along, and it just confused players. But that was just general D&D lore. Now we get into some of the Forgotten Realms specific stuff.
World lore.
Wizards of the Coast wanted to combine older
BRB.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
lore with their new creation story. They wanted to explain new races and a new magic system put in place in the core mechanics of D&D. They did this with the previous mentioned creation story and the Spell Plague. You can learn more about the Spell Plague in the link above, but in short, Mystra, the goddess of magic, was murdered in 1385 DR at the hands of Cyric, which was engineered by Shar. With her, the weave was torn apart and magic ceased to exist how we know it. It was 10 years of blue magical fire that tore across Faerun, reshaping it, bringing with it parts of Abir, a lost world, and thus the Dragonborn. The Feywild, which was new to 4th edition, was explained as always being there, but now very accessible via the prime material plane. It was called the Realm of Faerie back in the day. Savras died, Azuth was devoured, Lathander turned into a Maunator, Cyric was in prison for his crime, the World Tree...
Maunator?
A Maunator?
I think that might be a miss... how do you even spell that?
Good fucking question. Maun as in mountain?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think it's just a misspeak.
Yeah.
Anyway, Maunator.
Devoured, Lathander turned into a Maunator, Cyric was in prison for his crime, the World Tree was destroyed, and whole sections of Faerun were changed geographically. The Sea of Fallen Stars shrunk, being dumped into the Underdark, Mulhorand was completely destroyed, and the Mulhorandi pantheon disappeared. As I go over again, I'm not sure why Wizards of the Coast wanted such dramatic, sudden, and intense changes to the Forgotten Realms. Maybe they felt it would shake things up. But with deities changing or dying, geography rearranging, spells not working like they used to, and parts of Faerun burning under blue fire, nobody felt like it was the realms they grew up with. The past books, the stories people loved, were now changed forever, and while people don't usually like change, rather than trying to remember what happened in the realms, it was now easier just to play it during the 3.5 era. By 1395 DR, most of the devastating effects of the spell plague ended, but Faerun was changed. And by 1480 DR, Wizards of the Coast with 5th edition invented the Second Sundering, returning most of what happened back to its 3.5 era.
Oh, is that
rewinding
what
the clock
that
in a way.
is?
The events had occurred, they still took place, but the fallout was no more. Deities were resurrected, the Sea of Fallen Stars refilled, magic went back to the way it was before, the Weave restored along with Mystra. If you plan on playing 4th edition or any RPG really, you might need some miniatures or better yet, tactical tokens. Tactical tokens has a Kickstarter.
Nice. That was a good sponsorship thing.
Yeah, that was a good plug.
Good,
well
good,
done.
Good go.
Good segue.
Okay, so I've heard the term Second Sundering so often, but I had no idea what the fuck it was and didn't care enough to look into it, but now I know.
Yeah, I had never heard it before, but that's mostly just because I don't really care about established lore.
That's fair.
In D&D.
That's absolutely
because
fair.
we just make our own.
Yeah. Well, even with some of the stuff that's been made up, the place that I heard it from was Critical Role, actually. And
okay.
He has his own fucking world, right? He has his own fucking campaign set in his own continent and shit. And they reference in his own book now. And they reference the Second Sundering all the time, so I guess it's even an official D&D book, so I guess it's in the same world. But yeah. Okay. Well, so interesting.
It's interesting, but
I understand I understand people not liking things changing, but I'm also kind of over here going, oh well, that sounds like it could be neat,
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, sounds like it could be fun.
I don't really want to play in the same exact world over and over and over again unless there's been a massive time skip.
Well, so I'm cool with the setting being the same as long as there's actually a change,
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. I wouldn't want to the thing is if we were to play a second Devils and Dice, I'm not going to set it one day after the original campaign. It's going to be there's got to be new shit.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I can run people through my world, and then again I can do it again, but it would have to be in the future, right? Because I can run multiple people through the same time frame, or multiple groups, excuse me, through the same time frame, but the future is going to be for people that have already played once,
Exactly.
It doesn't work for me. Yeah, they made the realms cool for once. Wow. The spell plague was creative world building, upset Salvatore though, since he wrote Realms novels. Well,
boo-hoo.
I don't know.
A writer doesn't like it.
Obviously, it being cool for once, quote unquote. That's a preference thing. Because I thought the world was pretty cool beforehand. I don't know much about it, to be fair. That's why.
Yeah,
it's neat.
Honestly, I kind of get that just from looking at maps. It's oh man, the plane of spiders?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Looks neat.
I want to go there.
Yeah. Steely, hey, what's going on?
He said he wasn't going to be able to make it tonight, and he made it anyway.
Well, there you go. His is a mishmash of Pathfinder 1e and D&D 5e stuff. Mercers? Okay, that makes sense. Question. Which system do you guys most like to include established lore when GMing? Which the least? So, by established lore, you mean official lore, I assume?
Yeah, most likely.
So, it's been, it's been a long time since I've done anything with official lore.
Yeah.
So,
or at least a thing if you were to run say Star Wars,
right?
Would you?
I would set it way the fuck after or way the fuck before, nowhere near that fucking shit.
Okay, so effectively, you would not like to have the
not with Star Wars. God no. No. I don't need people to tell me I want to go see Luke.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
I don't need that.
Yeah, so in Star Wars, that would probably be your most disliked one to have established lore in. That's what it sounds like.
I suppose, because, well, it's Star Wars is just one of those things that I just don't want to play either. Like, well, no, that's not true. I do want to play it. It's just I don't care about the lore much.
Yeah.
Even though I know so much about it, it's in my fucking brain.
Worse.
For better or for worse, I don't care, you know?
By the way, actually, real quick, have you seen the Gus Johnson video about Star Wars or no?
Which one? Was that recent?
My life as a non-Star Wars fan.
Oh, I haven't seen it. No, I should.
Oh, it's really good.
Okay, sick. But I what I will say is that every time I try a system out, I will use the established kind of stuff, right? Because
like for your first rodeo?
Absolutely, yeah. Because one, and sometimes, I mean, at this point, at the moment, what I'm doing with my vampire campaign, part of me is just like, maybe I just want to take bits out of the Chicago by Night book and just go, this is what you're gonna do at some point. We're just gonna run through this like adventure, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
So I think with vampire I'll do it to that extent, but that's because I'm just like, my brain can't fucking think of things right now, and I haven't written for like forever.
Yeah, because for your first rodeo, it's a good idea to use the established world.
Yeah,
at least.
exactly.
You don't have to use the lore, but the world, yes.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, whenever we get around to playing 7th Sea, I'm absolutely going to use the world laid out in 7th Sea.
Absolutely.
But in Call of Cthulhu, I mean, I'm going to be using, obviously,
the world,
but I'm not going to be using any of, like, the actual Lovecraft stories. You're not going to hear a lot about, like, Innsmouth and shit like that.
Okay. Because
this is an unrelated thing.
Yeah, there's no reason why we would hear about it anyway, right?
Yeah.
Like, I will say, when I started DMing, when I played through Ravenloft, when I ran Castle Ravenloft, Expedition to Castle Ravenloft in 3.5, I used the entire book. I changed some things, but that whole established like setting and like everything about it, I used it all. Like,
because I mean that's kind of half of why you're playing Ravenloft is to go to Barovia or Baravia, whichever one it is.
Barovia, you got it.
Barovia. Okay.
Yeah, that is definitely part of it, and it was also my first time, and so I had something to rely on, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, just for something that I would want to run with established lore, I'm not sure, right? Because
like
I like lore. Lore is really cool. Probably Warhammer would be the most like actually lore accurate one, just because everything that's happened in it, right?
Yeah. It would be kind of doing a disservice to the world to not include all the shit that has happened in the world. At least the stuff that you're actually, hearing. The
stuff that matters.
If you're like, for example, if you're playing a Warhammer campaign and you're playing as dwarves, you're probably not going to hear much about the stuff that the Lizardmen have done, but they have done it.
Sure. Yeah. Warhammer in either fantasy or in 40K, both of those, I think the lore would be pretty important to me. Because I like the lore a lot, and two, because it would help with just establishing everything.
It helps, because the thing with, at least for me, the thing with lore is that it helps inform me of potential motivations.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, why are the humans invading Sylvania? Well, you see the dwarves there, they found some gold and the humans want it. And it's like, wait, what? No, I thought it was vampires. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
So it just helps making motivations much more easy to fabricate, I guess.
Yeah.
Not in terms of line,
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Yeah, create.
Yes. Any RPG says, they can help Luke milk space walruses. Oh god, no, please.
Hell yeah!
No. So many RPGs have good lore, but don't have the game systems to match the lore. Interesting. That's an interesting take.
It is.
I wouldn't.
Well, okay.
I wouldn't say that.
Certainly not D&D. But because like, well, I mean, okay. Okay, can you think of something in D&D that has been like directly like a system or a rule that is directly influenced by lore and not, you know.
So okay, that's I
Yeah,
guess
you
if
see?
that's the standard, then I guess not, but that
Yeah.
doesn't matter for the mechanics. Right?
Oh,
Because
it doesn't. It doesn't matter.
well, so
It's just he's just saying that not a lot of games have lore that affects actual system mechanics.
well, so he's saying no, they don't match the lore, and I don't know what that means.
They don't match the
That's the thing. I would need to more of a clarification on what you mean by it matching the lore, because
yeah,
I don't understand what that means, because I'm just like, any system can just like whatever it was made for, it matches it, right? Like that's just how things work in that world, I guess.
Yeah.
Regardless of what happened before in the lore is the lore. That doesn't change, right?
Now,
like,
you know, I can think of something actually. Okay. You could easily work it in to where in say, I'll use Shadowrun because I don't know the corporations in Cyberpunk, unfortunately.
Sure.
Say you are in Cyberpunk, and it's kind of a globe-trotting campaign where you're going to lots of different places.
Sure.
And say you need to get a gun that is specifically made by Az technology, but you're in a city that in the lore is not very friendly to Az technology. Well, now this Az technology gun is probably going to run you a hell of a lot more money because, you know, it's just not there and nobody has it because nobody likes Az technology there. So that's a way you can directly impact a ruling or a rule in the game with the lore, because you're changing the listed price of a gun based on the lore.
That's true.
So I am back now. Hello. Firstly,
yes.
Az technology is a wonderful portmanteau
yes.
of like two different words,
it's very
and
yes.
I love it.
Yes. Az technology is fucking great. It's my favorite corp.
Secondly, though, well, now you said it's my favorite corp, and you kind of ruined the second part of it. Because it like awakened a memory within me, and I was gonna ask if it was part of Shadowrun.
Yes,
it is Shadowrun.
Yes,
because I used Az technology because I don't know any of the corporations in Cyberpunk.
Yes,
I would have said Cyberpunk, but you know, I'm slightly more familiar with Shadowrun.
Oh, okay. Matches in terms of level of quality. Oh. Good lore from bad systems and bad lore from good systems. I see. I don't know. I would have to see some examples of that because I don't know.
Yeah.
Aiden, Steely asked a question. Which system do you most like to include established lore when GMing, and which is the least? Like, and by established, I mean official.
Yeah, and so obviously Alejo's answer was Star Wars.
Yeah, I would never.
Most hated.
I would never want to include Star Wars lore in my game.
Yeah.
God.
I wouldn't really say as there's a preferred choice, as most of my lore is kind of original, and like I'm looking up stuff in the Ingradel campaign and there is fucking no similarities.
Yeah, fair.
For systems, at least, I've borrowed like stuff from like Norse mythology and stuff like that. But like most writers do that.
Sure.
As for least favorite, again, since like my stuff is like original, I can't really say as I have a most or least favorite. However, I can say a system that I would hate the most to implement, which would probably be Fate of Cthulhu.
Yes.
Fair. Fair. Okay.
Although technically, what's funny is that technically in Fate of Cthulhu, the lore is that Cthulhu won. So
I mean, it's pretty good, but
I mean,
yeah,
it's also the lore that you were sent forward in time.
Yeah.
So.
By the way, Boo, because you were talking about corpse, you reminded me of the Arasaka corp from Cyberpunk, the game.
Oh.
Okay.
They released a few ads before like the game like actually came out.
Nice.
And here is a sick the fuck ass ad of like some poachers getting orbital
That's
lasers.
right. I remember seeing that. It was super
love
cool. It was
So the
super
poachers
fucking...
are getting orbital lasers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Because
they're
for a
in-
second there, I was like, please tell me the poachers don't have orbital lasers.
Nah,
so
dude.
fucking good.
Arasaka is protecting that elephant from
Fuck yeah,
poachers.
dude.
Yeah, it's super fucking cool. Yeah, anyway, there's more. Let me get back to
This
this.
thing is so fucking big, it takes so much paint.
Yeah, that's what keeps me from painting the Talmex I got. I'm
That's
like,
fair.
I look at how much it'll need and I go,
Yeah. I'm just painting a rock. I'm super lucky because this is all one fucking color for right now.
Nice. 7th Sea First Edition, says Indigo Dragon.
I think it's actually second. It's the one
There you
that's
go.
currently available on Chaosium.
Yeah. Check out the RPG Silent Legion. It's on DriveThruRPG. It's Lovecraftian-inspired urban fantasy, but what makes it really neat is that it has a mythos creation system, so you don't have to use Cthulhu. Cool.
Alejo?
Huh?
There you go.
Wow.
Didn't you wanted to do an urban fantasy Cthulhu type shit, didn't you?
I mean,
or did you already decide on Delta Green?
Delta Green is super cool. Yeah.
Okay, so you've already decided.
Yeah. Delta Green's pretty cool. But I would check out Silent Legion for something that isn't like government based. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Shadowrun usually tops the list with great setting, bad game system. The game is thematically about heist, doing runs, reputation, and street cred mattering, yet the game doesn't really support it.
I would have to look at my book again.
Yeah, I would have to look at the current edition.
I don't really
at
remember
least.
if there's much stat-wise that you can gain from being like popular and shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's more of a how you run it thing. Just from my base instinct. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, Blades in the Dark, however, does all of that Shadowrun claims to be about because it does have the game systems to support those themes.
So you know that sounds cool. Blades. So is that Blades in the Dark? Is that like medieval or is that like fantasy or what? It sounds like it.
I don't think it's fantasy.
Oh.
Sorry, I don't think it's medieval.
I just meant like the standard like amalgam age D&D level shit.
Did Cyberpunk 2077 ever get fixed? So that's a good game now?
No, it did not.
Did it not get fixed? Aiden, you have the game, right?
What?
Did
Cyberpunk 2077 been fixed?
Has it been fixed?
Partially, I believe.
Okay.
It has been a while.
Okay.
Last I heard, there was like, I think it was a 40 gigabyte update, and that was like the last I played of it, and then I started playing Destiny 2 again.
Fair. Okay.
And then I haven't touched it because
I won't get it until it's out of the oven.
Is playable.
Yeah.
It's playable now.
Oh, okay.
Waiting until it's optimized.
There you go.
That's fair. Me too.
I have seen some pretty bad bugs of what happened when it wasn't optimized.
I'm sure.
And like it has gotten good enough to the point where I considered it a game before.
Right.
But like it is a fairly buggy game by game standards now. Whereas before it was horrendously buggy.
Yeah.
Okay, so still gonna wait. All right.
Yeah.
Night guys, I gotta wake up early tomorrow. See you, Pizza Funk.
See ya.
Blades in the Dark is probably the perfect example of setting and system supporting each other. Okay. Well.
That sounds cool. I do like stealthy shit.
Yes.
I play stealth games.
My wife is taking part in a challenge to paint a table quality 2000 point Age of Sigmar army in 3 months, if I recall correctly. She's painting like crazy. It's amazing. I think she's gonna get it done. Nice.
It's that's the Caradron Overlords, right? Because I keep seeing you posting dwarves and fucking zeppelins and guns and shit.
Oh, true. I'm learning to paint, but wow, I'll never reach that level. Yeah, fair. I won't either.
The what? What level?
The 2,000 points in 3
months.
months.
Yeah, no, dude, fuck that.
No,
Jesus.
Throw me in a fire. Blades in the Dark is a tabletop role-playing game about a crew of daring scoundrels seeking their fortunes on the haunted streets of an industrial fantasy city. Copied from their website.
Industrial fantasy?
Yes.
Ooh.
So probably like steampunky?
So steampunk and...
Or dieselpunk?
Cool.
Either one?
Yeah, dieselpunk.
Yeah. I too am waiting for it to be what it was supposed to be, or something like that. Yay! Pre-orders! Everybody pre-ordered the fuck out of it when they didn't even know. It's always a good idea to pre-order things.
Here's the thing. I don't fault people for
I don't for this one, no.
Yeah, because it's Cyber I mean not Cyber.
CD Projekt Red.
CD Projekt Red.
Yeah, people were
and they had like a perfect track record.
They were doing pretty alright. Well, they didn't have a perfect one. Nobody remembers the horses in Witcher 3.
Okay.
They would be in some wacky situation. Yes, the roof horses in their wacky situations.
What that's from.
Yes.
Holy shit, this rock is fucking enormous, dude.
My painting skills are good enough to spray paint them all one color. Fair. Yes, Caradron. Thank you, Overlords. The company.
My Skaven.
The company had such a good rep. Also, Keanu Reeves. That's true. Keanu did help that a lot. Rihanna Keeves. That's true. Anyway, I think that's past there's so little left in the video. Let's finish it.
You can tell a good story if you have the right people, if you have custom tokens for your game. I believe that any RPG, you can tell a good story if you have the right people. If you have role players who want to play, even 4th edition wouldn't stop you. I think in remembering all the hate that editions get, it's important to remember that 4th edition was someone's gateway into D&D. It was their first experience, and they probably had a blast with it. Pretending to be a Dragonborn paladin fighting an evil beholder. I don't think the game was bad so much as people were holding on to nostalgia. That's probably an unpopular opinion, but people don't like change. I'd be very curious with the success of 5th edition how Wizards of the Coast handles a 6th edition. If they release basically the same system, they'll get crap for not being innovative enough. However, if they rewrite D&D like they did between 3.5 and 4E, well, we all know how that turned out. Thanks for watching, everyone, and I will see you in the next video.
Okay.
Honestly, I think when or if they make a 6th edition, it's probably going to be even easier to get into than 5 because of how successful 5 was.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot there was a video.
I will say, as a review of the video itself, it did a good job describing like why 4E was different, and like it set out and accomplished the goals that it set for itself with what happened with 4th edition and yada yada.
You missed a lot of the other lore dump stuff that they did. You missed the latter half of it. But you got that part in the beginning of like this is how they changed the lore. He went into like how the second sundering happened from 5th edition, so they like fixed it all, quote unquote, right, as well.
Which is hilarious that they called a rewrite and like a retcon the second sundering.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever happened with the first sundering. What I would say is I agree with you to an extent, though. I would say just it's more of the parroting the same opinion is good to see that, like, it's good to see it because that's what people are saying, right? But and what I will say is that at the end there, he saved it for me when he said, I don't think that it was anything but nostalgia, right? Or sorry,
just holding on to nostalgia.
Yeah, exactly. And so like that saved it for me because I thought he also agreed with that opinion.
No.
Which he doesn't, which is good because that opinion is very wrong.
It is patently false.
As far as I'm aware. As far as I have been told and as far as I can gather. So yeah, it does give a little bit of the differences and shit, but you know. Anyway, I think it's okay.
Video, I think.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah, no, it did what it was supposed to.
Yeah. Overall, not a bad video. Gotta take the dog out. Well, have fun. Okay. Well, that's
very late. It's because it's so fucking hot out. Good on you.
Give Doggo a pet for me and a treat.
Give Doggo pets.
So actually, you know what? Speaking of dog, I was walking through my the produce prep room where I work, and I saw a fucking box, and I don't remember what it said, but I read it wrong, and I could have sworn it said Poggers Doggers. And I was like,
Twitch.
Fucking hell.
Twitch is coming into real life.
Side note, if I make a company, I now know what I'm going to call it.
It's pretty good.
Dude, just do it like a dog salon. Call it the Poggers
Yes! Oh, I love it.
It's going to be like a dog that's like a logo of a dog that's horribly photoshopped to be making the Poggers face.
Yeah. I wonder what would make the game easier to get into than 5th and still keep the D&D style. At some point, you get into super narrative, stripped-down games like Dungeon World. That's true.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I
really don't know.
Idea.
Whatever they're gonna do, that's the way that they have to go now, though. I mean, maybe they make 5.5. I don't know. In the sense of just things are now. This is 5e now. There's more rules to it. I don't know. I have no idea how they're gonna do it in a way that's going to be okay with the market. You know?
Yeah.
Thanks for the poggers.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So.
Damn it! It's such a shame that Pizza Funk already left. He could have made a meme out of your dog's shop thing. He could have made that.
He might watch later. You never know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So I actually am going to take advantage of this, I assume, intermission.
Yeah, well, we're gonna read some stuff, but yeah.
Oh, I'll wait till you're done.
Well, I was just gonna go over patrons and stuff like usual.
Yes, but it's sort of an entertaining question because it's a question for everyone, including people in the audience.
Ooh.
So if they want to hear it, they have to stick around.
Well, okay, so. We are brought to you by our lovely, lovely patrons, as well as viewers like you. Thank you. Of course, if you want to support through the Patreon, patreon.com/TableTalkDND. We have, first off, Draco Kraken at that tier 3. Table Flipping Gold. I've changed the titles in the Discord to Table Flipper Gold. And Table Flipper Silver and Table Flipper Bronze, because tiers just it just seemed weird. And then Mog Zero, of course, up there as well. We have Slazer, and then Steely, all of you flipping them tables, them golden tables. Larger than life golden gods. And then, of course, we have at tier 2, Drake Cross. And he's flipping that silver table, you know? It's basically just as shiny, but it weighs a little more. Yeah, I was gonna say
silver weighs more than gold,
doesn't it?
Less.
Oh, is it less? Never mind.
Yeah. Silver is directly above gold on the periodic table.
There you go. I'm dumb. Anyway,
wait, does that being in a different position of the periodic table means that it's lighter or heavier?
Yes.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Because, consider what makes elements different is how many protons the element has.
True.
Oh, I know, but I didn't realize that equated to actual
mass.
Weight.
Yeah.
Protons have mass, dude.
Not that much.
Enough to make a difference when you have a mole of it.
Looks at science, looks at protons, goes, you're not that big.
When you have 6 times 10 to the 23, like a billionth of a gram makes a difference.
Anyway.
Walks up to a scientist, crosses my arms, shakes my head. Protons aren't that heavy.
No,
they're not that big.
I love it.
I would be inclined to agree with you. Yes, they
any
aren't
scientist,
that heavy.
Any scientist literally goes, well,
but if you have a lot,
that's true.
It's like, nah, I don't think.
Look at this chunk of gold here. Fits in my hand. There's not that many protons in it.
Yeah,
you can't even see them. I don't see any protons.
It's like,
All right.
nah, I don't think light's that heavy. It's like, well, no, but it hits things with a certain impetus.
Anyway, moving away from being smart. Shut up. So then we have, of course, Chris, Frozen Spaghetti, and Kill Chrono in tier 1. That's their bronze table flipping. They get that good old bronze table. Good for you. Thank you so much as well. Of course, again, as we say every time, don't donate unless you can, and think of your financial situation first before you think of this. Haha. Anyway, there's also, of course, the TableTalk logo on tees. I have yet to get back to my artist friend, which I should get my phone because he sent me a message. My artist friend about the new design that will be coming, but there will be a new design, hopefully soon. He had some issues that he needed to take care of, so yeah, it took a little longer than I thought, but hopefully it's soon. So look out for that. Anyway, that is all of that. Aiden. Oh, you know what? I will say, at this point, in the midpoint, I will also do this. Hey, if you're new, you should subscribe to the channel.
Oh, God.
Hey.
It's only been 2 hours.
I know. Only
it's
2 hours. I know.
I will disagree with Alejo and say if you're new, you should give us a chance and consider us for subscription.
Well, so
don't blindly subscribe to us. But then again, if you're
it's 2 hours into
a video,
yeah,
you probably have made up your mind already.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why I said it. Hey, if you've watched for 2 hours, fucking do it.
I'll be the third different one. Since it's been 2 hours, I won't ask you to subscribe.
Okay.
But I will ask you to donate on Patreon.
Oh, jeez. Oh, there it is. God damn. All right.
It wasn't even me this time.
I know. Doesn't it feel weird? I hate it. Anyway.
It feels cringe. I'm not gonna stop.
Cringu. So yeah. That's all of that. Thanks. And if you've made it this far and you're new as well, hey, consider dropping us a fucking like, a fucking comment, a fucking notification bell. Anyway. All right, we're done. So that's past us. We don't have to worry about this. So let's move on to
No, my question.
Your question.
Yeah.
Please take the floor.
So, this is a Pokemon thing and totally not like a TTRPG thing. It's just if you're a nerd about Pokemon, you might have an opinion about it.
All right.
But I was browsing Reddit, and I saw this. And it's a meme of the cover art for Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Yeah.
And it got me thinking because the 3 starters in that game are Rowlet, Cyndaquil, and Oshawott. So I will say Cyndaquil is my favorite Pokemon because I started with Pokemon Gold and it was my first ever Pokemon.
Sure.
Nice.
I love Typhlosion. I have 4 Typhlosions, so I can get one with 2 natures and hidden ability or not. However, I want to open up the floor to have people give their opinion on what starter I should pick when I eventually play through the game. I have a living dex. Fuck you. I have a living dex.
Chikorita. Nobody likes Chikorita but me.
No, nobody likes Chikorita.
No,
I love
right.
grass types and I hate Chikorita.
Yeah.
I love Chikorita.
I love Rowlet, Cyndaquil, and Oshawott. Those literally were my starters in those games.
Nice.
So whatever you choose, it cannot be a bad choice.
Sure.
I have a living dex. So like I already have all those Pokemon. And what's more, I have like 500 level 100 battle ready Pokemon that are like competitively bred for like
Or battle.
competitively bred for IVs and then given special EVs. So like whatever you pick, I guarantee you I already have a Decidueye, a Typhlosion, and a Samurott that is battle ready. But if you have any opinions, go ahead and give them now in the chat.
There you go. I don't. I don't give a fuck what you pick at your start.
Like,
you
dude,
play the fucking game however you want.
I think on that cover I have a battle ready version of literally everything except the Bidoof. Because fuck Bidoof.
Oh man.
Yeah,
gotta get a golden Bidoof.
Like,
I see you, Boo. Just look over in the chat.
Like I have
movement.
I have a Pikachu and a Raichu because the different speed stats.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Like I am a Pokemon master.
Fucking
He
nerd.
He caught them all.
No,
I did.
Definitely something. Definitely something. All right. Well, people. No. Okay. So there was some stuff in the chat that I didn't get to. Table flipping for life. Nice. Table talk discussion and science facts. True. Periodic table talk.
God damn it.
Dude, I see now the second podcast I'm going to start.
Periodic table talk.
I'm part of 4 D&D campaigns. I'm going to make a second podcast.
Woo!
That's only 6 of 7 nights. I need another.
Okay.
I need to be doing something literally every night, apparently.
Sleeping is not one of them.
Fucking Mech Warrior, you bastard.
Oh, no.
Late to the party, what was the first for you video? Hey, Ronald. It was one that was just going over some stuff in 4E. It was what happened with 4th edition D&D. Jordan or Jorfden.
No. The P was.
But the PH is silent. I know, but that's how somebody might know the channel. I don't know.
Yeah.
And it's hard to quickly put into words, but I guess the mechanic-oriented style with a lot of roles with defined actions as compared to narrative games, which are more free-formed. Oh, for the style for D&D. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That is something we will have to see when Wizards releases 6th edition.
Right. Yeah. There are a lot of D&D like games in the OSR. That's true. I've never actually played Pokemon. I think you should go with whatever you can beat up a lot of dudes. That's true. OSR is old school Renaissance. Yeah, Quilava.
Yeah, right.
It stands for Old School Renaissance, a bunch of RPGs that have come out over the last 16 years to mimic the original D&D games.
Yeah,
there you go.
That is not what I had heard.
Oh, there you go.
One of us is wrong.
Also can mean what you said, so no, both of you are correct.
Damn. I wanted him to be wrong and me correct.
I assume you have a playlist, but I like Matt Colville video borrowing 4E monster abilities, and Puffin Forest is a fun animated rant video. Sure. We'll get to more 4E things in the future, of course, since we're now broaching the topic.
I don't know, I saw a Puffin rant about Pathfinder 2E, and that was a headache, so...
Yeah, that's true. But, yes, Matt Colville's thing is just, like, a good video, and really we don't have too much to add to it, because he literally says, hey, use things from 4E in 5E, so...
Yeah.
Like, there's not much to go over.
Those ones where we're just sitting there saying, yes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We won't go over it, because I remember that whole video. It's really good. But yeah.
By the way, Aiden.
Yes.
While Alejo is doing stuff, since you've
reading
caught
the chat, but sure.
Since you've caught every Pokemon in Pokemon, the series, are you going to take pictures of all the Pokemon that are available in Pokemon Snap?
No.
Ooh. Oh.
Aww.
I did not play Pokemon Snap as a kid, so
Neither did I.
Aw.
That's really good.
The fuck? Yeah, I never played Pokemon Snap as a kid, so that nostalgia is not there for me. And all I can see is another game where it's a rail shooter, essentially,
That's right.
as you snap meaningless pictures of Pokemon, and
meaningless.
I go,
That's fair.
Meaningless.
Yeah,
meaningless.
Oh,
meaningless.
Hello, small child.
I give it my meaning. Fuck you.
There's Typhlosions in the game.
Cool. Can you catch them?
No.
No, but you can take pictures of them roasting an apple.
Okay, well, fuck, I hate that slightly, like, started to make this cold, dead heart, like, shudder a little bit.
You can also take pictures of a Monferno wagging its butt at a Tyrantrum that's roaring at it.
Nice.
It's pretty great.
Anyway.
Yeah, that nostalgia.
Oh
yeah.
Also,
hello, small child. Here is a wind-up camera and a tank.
Yeah. Also, there's no Charizard in the fucking game. Thank God.
Wait, really?
Fucking finally.
That's weird.
No Charizard.
Dude, if
there's a whole bunch of other starters, though.
If there's no Charizard in
gonna be
Arceus, it will be literally my favorite Pokemon game.
I know. Fuck Charizard.
There is gonna be one. You know it.
I say that as someone who owns 4.
I'm sure. But, like, fuck, they need to get away from it.
Dude, no. It's worth, like, $1 million if you get a really rare one in the Pokemon cards. You know it.
It's so oversaturated.
Yeah,
dude,
I
legit have an untouched shiny Pikachu that, like, I caught in, like, Gen 6, and I'm waiting to trade it to someone. Just be like, what do you have that's valuable? Here you go. And then I've now got a living dex, and now nothing has worth to me, so now it just sits in my bank.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'd love to see someone revive Twilight 2000 if they haven't already. I don't know what that is. Twilight 2000 is getting a new edition from Free League Publishing. Oh. Puffins.
So do you play Team Edward or Team Jacob?
Fuck.
Because that's the deciding factor.
That fucking got me.
I heard Twilight and, like, zoned out.
That's fair.
And then I heard Edward, and I came back thinking it was Full Metal Alchemist.
Nice.
Oh, rip.
And then there were no words for my disappointment when I found out it was Twilight again.
Yeah. Your disappointment is immeasurable and your day is ruined.
That's true.
It is.
Puffin's been doing magic videos lately, has he? Okay.
Like Magic the Gathering?
I haven't been paying attention to Puffin's... Yeah, Magic the Gathering. I haven't been paying attention to Puffin's videos recently. Like, for a long while.
Z Bashu is still on a fucking roll, though.
I haven't been looking at much D&D content outside of the show, I'll be honest.
That's fair. Yeah, me neither.
Yeah. Should be out list that's good. 2 TCGs. Okay, so let's move on to the second video that we have today.
We might not have time because it's already like midnight, and this is a 20-minute video, and it took us like 2 hours to get through a 10-minute.
That's true. Well, we'll see how it goes.
We could do a Garibay video. Those tend to be quick.
We could do a Garibay video instead.
We could do a Garibay video.
And we never got a chance to do a Garibay video last time we did a podcast because YouTube died.
That's true, and I will say that I am rather tired.
He's like dessert.
I'm like bobbing both of my fists up and down.
I hate you so much. You make so much sense sometimes, and I hate you for it.
You're welcome.
Alright. You know what? We're gonna move on to a Garibay video. Let's see if he has a 4E video.
We just don't have this kind of excitement when it comes to
the very best and very worst of Dungeons and Dragons 4E. He has one.
So it's relevant.
It is relevant. Yay!
Dude, it's like when you like get to a classroom and there's that old CRT TV and like the old VHS player and you go, "Oh shit, today's movie day for our class."
Yeah. Oh god.
Same level of excitement.
That's good. All right, everybody. It's 4E time, but from Garabay.
It's the boy.
My fucking head already. Like, I've had a headache this whole time, and I'm about to have more of one.
Unironically, this makes the podcast so much better for me.
Oh, I see. All right, well, here we go. Twilight 2000 is a World War III that was never was RPG. That sounds awesome. Damn glittery vampires, yeah. It's 4E night. How often do we get a 4E topic? Well, we'll get more in the future. This was just to get on the surface a bit. Anyway, here we go, everybody.
Hi, this is Scott Garabay, and today we're going to talk about the very best thing about Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition, and the very best thing and the very worst thing about Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition.
Okay, place your bets. What do you think?
I think that the worst thing is that it promotes cooperative play, and the best thing is that it's so rules heavy.
Okay.
I'm gonna say the best thing is minions, and I'm gonna say the worst thing is the fact that everybody gets spells.
Okay. I'm gonna say the best thing is the combat. And the worst thing is
what about the combat?
The combat system. Sorry, the combat system being more tactical, I guess. And the worst thing being that it's too MMO like.
Here's the thing.
I think that's too common of a take.
True, you're right.
He's known for his galaxy brain.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Okay, so the worst thing is what they did to the lore. The worst thing is what they did to the lore.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
And so now here's the thing. I am also going to throw in a second bet that none of the shit that we just said is what he's gonna.
Oh, well, that's just, you know.
Oh, can I join that bet?
I was gonna say, that's the winning one.
Yeah.
He's gonna say the best is the art, and the worst is how MMO like it is. All right.
It's like a mini game.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Jump right into it. So Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition, of course, is one of the most unusual editions of Dungeons & Dragons.
Editions?
It's the best way to describe it is the ill-fated edition. Without a doubt, there's.
So, just throwing this out there, this is the first time we have let him talk for 30 seconds. Because he's not said shit.
No, I paused him at 11 seconds in. Come on.
But that wasn't.
No, I know.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true. You're right, and I'm actually kind of excited, honestly.
Not for long.
No debate. Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition is the worst edition of all the editions.
Oh.
But
tell me why.
Really good about it. Let's talk about that. So, what was the best thing about 4th edition?
Yeah.
Here you go. I think that Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition was the most innovative rule system of all the editions, as far as innovative rules. Using the rules in a way that made the game, I would say, tactically and strategically more complex and more intriguing than any other edition.
I would say that's fair.
There was a ton of really brilliant ideas in Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition, okay? So, let's...
I'm sure there are a lot of really good ideas, yeah.
Yeah, again, I have zero experience, so I can't say whether the ideas were good or bad, but I know that they just came out and they developed, like, a lot of rules on basically nothing, and we're just like, here you go, here's 4th edition. So it is itself, and the rule set within it is very inspired, and like had nothing really similar to go off of.
So it's very original.
Yes. So because of that, like, there's a ton of hard work that was put into it, and like those poor playtesters. God.
And like,
oh, I just thought of the playtesters. Oh my god.
And I think I'm kind of there when he's saying like it's a bit more tactical.
Yeah, I mean, wait, didn't one of you say
that was
tactical?
me? That's me.
Hey, he won.
I might.
And thus we all lost the other bet, so it doesn't mean anything.
Let's talk about what they were, okay? And also, I can hear you already. You're like, well, wouldn't Dungeons & Dragons 1st edition be more innovative? Actually, no. I don't think it's really even... Actually, Dungeons & Dragons is not an innovation of anything, right? It was a revolution of literature. Dungeons & Dragons 1st edition was a revolution in literature, a revolution in gaming.
Okay, not in literature, but in gaming.
So it is my hubris of I agreed with his point that immediately he drops something on me that just kind of screws up my face.
Okay.
So when you say it is an innovation of nothing, that itself makes it more innovative because it's baseless. You have created something out of nothing.
I was gonna say,
hence it is innovative.
Quite literally, of a product idea, etc., featuring new methods, advanced and original.
Yeah. So like 1E is by, well, not because there was basic beforehand.
What? No. What?
Or there was both basic and advanced, and I forget which one came later.
Advanced.
No, so they all. If he's talking about 1st edition, he's talking about the first, like, D&D came out, and then advanced came out after, and basic also came out after. Basic was after 1st edition.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't, dude. The old editions are so confusing to me.
That's true.
Yeah.
1977 was the basic set, whereas D&D 1st edition release 74.
Okay.
Yeah, basic was just a more basic version of 1st edition.
Basic was basic? What?
Yeah. So yeah, anyway, you were saying.
So yeah, I think when you create something from nothing and have no other additions to base your rules off of, it is by definition, it has to be more innovative.
And I want to also point out what Steely's saying, because he's entirely correct. D&D 1st Ed was based on Chainmail, which was a mod of tabletop war games. Yes.
Yeah. It was made by the same guy. It was by Gygax.
Yeah, it was by Gygax.
Made Chainmail and then later on made D&D. I don't know how similar the two are.
I think Chainmail was more medieval, like actual proper medieval fantasy. Yeah. I mean, not medieval role playing, not fantasy.
Yeah, not fantasy. Yeah. And like it is innovative, but it is not innovative of nothing. Like that is, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, it is
Chainmail.
It is innovative, but it is not derivative.
Yes.
It just is derivative, whatever.
Yes, it is derivative.
So, just because D&D 1E is innovative, that is not to like steal the title from 4E being innovative. You can have later editions that are innovative.
Exactly. That's true.
But if you want to get technical about it, 1E is the most innovative, but I do agree that the amount of innovation is, so far with my tangential experience of 4E, the best thing about 4E.
Sure. D&D is a renaissance of... Let me draw it back, because I want to know exactly what he said.
actually, Dungeons and Dragons is not an innovation of anything, right?
It's revolution.
It was a
Revolution,
revolution of literature. Dungeons and Dragons First Edition was a revolution in literature, a revolution in gaming, and a revolution in art.
Okay. Okay. Wait. Okay. So I was there with you for the second bit.
Okay. I was there for the revolution of gaming.
Yes.
I'm not
before
there with
that
you for the revolution in writing or art.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. In writing and art.
People have been telling fucking crazy stories for a long goddamn time. You ever heard of Gilgamesh? No?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Making adventures is something that has been a thing for a very long time.
We've been telling stupid fucking crazy ass stories for a long goddamn time.
I'm gonna make you guys familiar with a shit little book. Perhaps you haven't heard of it, but it's called The Bible. There's a lot of stories in that.
Oh my god, it's crazy.
So like I think that predates D&D First Edition, though. I'm gonna have to check.
Yeah.
What if the Bible was their D&D session?
Oh my god.
Maybe it was all just a Warhammer game.
Oh.
A lot of people did fucking die.
Yeah, a lot of people. It was.
Hey, I mean, yeah.
It was the world's first battle royale.
God damn it.
It was the actual 80s.
I hate everything
and Jesus
about this.
was default dancing.
I hate everything about what's happening right now. Oh my god. Alright, we're moving on.
Yeah.
And I would say it was a revolution in self-care. So it really just shattered a whole lot of planes of existence as far as...
There's a lot of planes of existence.
So it really wasn't an innovation. It was more than an innovation, right? But when you just look at the rule sets for each of the editions, 4th edition did some things that just were not done in any other edition that I thought were really spectacular. So let's get into it. So one of the things that 4th edition did was it put magic items in the player's handbook. It's the only edition that did this. It was absolutely incredible, and it was saying magic items are really the realm of the players, right? Not just the dungeon masters. And I love this from the perspective of it acknowledging that adventurers earn gold, and just like they can buy mundane equipment, they should be able to buy magic items.
But they can still, Garibay. In every other edition, even though it's not right there in the player's handbook, they still can.
No, you can only get magic items that are listed in the DMG. No other magic items can exist.
Right, exactly. Okay, I'm just gonna let him...
So when he said it revolutionized self-care...
Yeah... Like, okay, I've said it before.
So what, like mental health?
Well, so that's the thing. What I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You can use D&D and TTRPGs to work through shit. That is that is absolutely something that is absolutely possible. It's not the purpose of it. It's not.
Yes.
That is not the primary purpose of it.
I will say,
it has helped.
Having that ability to kind of step out of yourself for the moment can be incredibly therapeutic.
Yeah.
Just if you are going to use D&D as like a self-care thing,
sure.
Hopefully like you're on like in a table with friends who can know about that shit and know that D&D is kind of therapy for you, because that's kind of like dickish to throw in a random adventurers game with a bunch of total strangers who aren't expecting it.
Well, so the other option, of course, is just it is your escape. Right, it is helping you in that sense, right? So that you don't have to worry about telling everybody that I'm using this for therapy. It's just
if it's just quite literally as simple as you want to step out of your own skin, then it's no different from acting.
Yeah, it's no different from literally anything else. Absolutely. And I would also say like it hasn't done anything to so I would say it has done something to such a degree in the sense of role-playing games in general that let you be another person and live in that kind of life, right? That's something that's totally like changed that kind of thing. And again, if people are using that for self-care, then hell yeah, fucking do it.
Yeah, then go for it.
Like that's the thing. That's not just D&D though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do that with a lot of different stuff. You can do that with cooking. You can do that with watching movies or reading books.
My thing is not just that. It's just like D&D isn't the only TTRPG that you can do that with. If we want to make this kind of comparison, because I would say there is no other medium that is very much like TTRPGs to this extent where you can do this, right? But again, I wouldn't say that it's just D&D.
I will say, like, I'll agree with your point that yes, there are other like games out there that can be played that are a bit more disassociative. However, do consider that a lot of them do owe their existence, at least partially, to D&D First Edition.
I understand that. But I guess what I'm saying is with D&D First Edition, and everything that came after is more what I would say would be for self-care stuff. With First Edition itself, it was more that gritty realism with the fantasy element.
Yeah. You ever had your character die and think, wow, this is like the self-care I'm like getting is insane.
Exactly. So that's what I mean. Like at this point for TTRPGs, it's definitely like anything can be that, right?
Yeah.
But it's not just D&D.
But your fifth level fighter dies to a spike trap.
Yes.
Fun fact, when he said it revolutionized self-care, I don't know why, but I thought of like self-care and like put it in the D&D universe. And the way it manifested initially was the elemental self-care. and now I'm like giggling at the thought of like falling into like essentially the plane of air, but everyone in it is
sorry, everybody in it is what?
Cut out, yeah. Oh, his internet died, didn't it?
Damn it! He
Oh
does it every time!
God.
It's like, it's that fucking joke. Hey, how do you keep a doctor in suspense?
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when you go under?
Yep.
Every goddamn time, Aiden.
While we wait for him to come back, let's see.
And he can hear us, I'm sure.
Well, I'm glad I didn't bet shots on this one. I'd be drunk. Yeah, well, because no one ever homebrews anything, right? 4E made magic items as key part of the game's balance. You can play 3.5 and 5E, and you could get magic items, but they were usually mundane in the early levels, and it wasn't game-breaking if you didn't get magic items. 4E made magic items mandatory. See, that makes me question it, though.
Yeah, that's just going too far in the other direction.
Yeah, that's what I would say, absolutely. Because, like, I don't think magic item, like, I feel like having the ability to have magic items is good. Like, that's fine. But making them absolutely mandatory, I don't know about that.
Yeah, because at that point, they're not, I don't know. When you make a magic item mandatory, it takes away from the mystique, I guess.
Yeah,
or the
I would say so.
Feeling and the feeling of like accomplishment of getting a magic item.
Right.
Because it's like, oh hey, well we've gotten puzzle piece number 4.
Right. Like this is something that I absolutely require instead of this is something that I want.
Yeah, this is something that I found. It's like totally awesome. Nope, I had to find this.
Yeah, that's kind of what I get from just that description.
Yeah.
The impression I got of first edition D&D is that it was kind of something that grew almost organically out of Gygax's gaming circles. It sounds like a hell of a group that we're lucky to get in on it. Yeah, that's probably true. Hey, you're back.
Can you speak?
He's not entirely back. I have to admit that there is some appeal to the old school idea of a +1 sword being a huge deal. Oh yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Like, so this is the thing. I think, again, like, the ability to have these things as essentials is... Well, not essentials, sorry. The ability to have them is good, right? And making them more of a... more pronounced, I guess. Yeah. More pronounced is good. Because like again, we've talked about it. 5e has it doesn't care about magic items. You don't need them.
No, not
3.5. You technically don't need them, but they are more like there's a lot of them, and you could do a lot.
Yeah.
And also they have a class that specifically can make magic items. Hello, Artificer here. But like the old school stuff that had like, hey, this +1 sword is like a huge deal. Very cool. And you can make that happen with these other ones too. But I don't think making it mandatory is a good thing.
Yeah.
The only time where it's mandatory that I'd be like, yeah, sure, is like ghosts, right? Like supernatural things that need you to do magic damage or whatever against them.
Either
and it's the
that,
only way you
or
can do it.
You're going on a quest that needs you to do you need this item.
Oh, sure, yeah,
I can think of one immediately. Ravenloft. You need the Sun Sword.
Yes. Well,
you need it. Now, whether or not it is actually a Sun Sword is up for the DM to decide. It could be a Sun Mace or a Sun whatever.
Sure.
But at least as written in the module, you need the Sun Sword. And that's fine.
Is that the original module?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in the original module, you have to find an artifact sword that is called the Sun Sword.
I see.
And that's the only thing in Killstrahd.
Gotcha.
And that's totally fine, because it's like, oh man, because that's a different kind of adventure. Now you're hunting for treasure. Now you're hunting for a very special thing to do this thing.
And
also,
it's still,
like Lich's
good.
Phylacteries.
Right, yeah. Stuff like that.
Because even the DMG in the Monster Manual was like, oh, if you have a Lich's Phylactery, you should, like, finding the way to even destroy it or break it can be an adventure all its own.
That's true.
So,
hello.
Oh my god, he's back.
So now, do you remember what you were saying before you cut out? Because
I have no fucking clue.
God damn it! Every time.
I just remember it being the elemental plane of self-care and everyone being like very secure in themselves.
No, that
was it.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay,
that was all we needed.
Good, thank God.
Because
like we were like, fucking hell, every time he's like he's in the middle of saying something interesting and then you cut out. And I'm like, fuck!
Every time we start a Garrett Bay video.
Yeah.
Right. In Pathfinder 2e, you definitely need magic items. Yeah, that's true. And I'm like,
still not really a fan of it.
I'm still not a fan of it, but
like, of that concept, I mean.
No, yeah, I'm not a fan of the concept of just needing magic items to actually balance your game. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd say Pathfinder 2e is even worse about magic items. What, about needing them? Yeah, that's fine.
That's a shame.
Again, like, this is the thing of, like, I don't know. Absolutely needing something in order to make the system work in that respect that seems optional, that feels way optional to me, at least. I'm less of a fan of. But
I've always seen magic items, at least personally, I have always seen magic items as a fun bonus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like, hey, you got an amulet that lets you talk to cats.
Hello.
Or you went into Dragon's Lair and like you found like a really powerful magical glaive or something.
Sure. It just, I don't know. It feels like I'm like, instead of an upgrade that I can potentially get, it just feels like it's mandatory and it's weird. I don't know. It's I don't know. Anyway, so overall, I guess what he's saying is like, it's better that there is magic items in the PHB because it gives the players something to work towards?
I guess.
If that's what he's saying, then okay.
But sure. I mean, like, if you want to find magic items in 5e, it's like, hey, DM, could you flip me to the page on magic items so I can see what I can work towards?
In anything, you could even go like, hey, can I get a magic item that does this? And they go, maybe.
Yeah. Or, hey, Mr. DM man, how is there a high-powered sniper rifle that I can buy?
He goes,
yeah, I mean Cyberpunk.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Cyberpunk, Shadowrun, whatever.
Can I just buy Xenophage?
Yeah, can I like buy like the fucking?
Can I get a virus bomb, sword? Please?
Oh shit, no you can't. Fuck you. You're gonna have to go to like a fucking Imperial base, and that shit's got a lot of fucking space marines, and you're just gonna get fucked.
Yeah. When you arrive at the plane of self-care, you receive a plate of tacos and a bowl of ice cream. You are then directed to a comfy couch. Yes.
Now, okay, do they have options for people who are dieting?
It's a low-fat ice cream.
I was gonna say there's just clouds that are made of chocolate.
Oh my god. Either that, or as soon as you get there, your diet just you just lose weight and shit.
They put the magic items in the player's handbooks in 4E. Yes, that's what he said.
Yes.
Which is fine. I don't see that as a bad thing. I also don't see it as like revolutionary. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not like.
But because you've said that it's mandatory for them to have them, then it makes sense that it's there, I guess. But at the same time, again, I go back to my point of I'd rather not have magic items be mandatory. But okay.
It was really brilliant.
I don't know. There's so many ways to balance a game. You don't need magic items to do it.
Exactly.
You're absolutely free to do as Boo did and just have them be a fun little thing. Like you can talk to cats now.
Yeah. Or now you have a book that every time you open it, it fucking explodes in your face.
Yeah, it's a firework. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a spell book in our campaign where I'm a paladin that was incredibly old, but upon being translated, it contained high-level spells. Like a few earlier level ones and a few later level ones. And the thing that we found out very quickly was that none of the spells were as they are in the DMG, but they were similar. So there's a spell like Talk with Dead. And I laughed so hard because it's not Talk with Dead, it's Talk with Dad.
And so
Talk with my dad.
When you cast it, does it just be like you just mentally connect with your dad?
It acts as message, but to your father.
That's amazing.
I like that a lot. That's really fun.
I really, really hate that a lot.
There's I forget what spell it was, but it like scratched all over your body and like every itch you had like just gets satisfied.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh.
That's the self-care dimension.
Yeah, I can see that. There's a variant rule to Pathfinder 2e in which weapons auto-leveled with the player. That, I think, does kind of patch the magic item issue. It's not a perfect solution, but I think it helps. Okay.
See, that is something that I really, really like, is instead of getting a ton of magic items, is having a item that progresses. Like, I remember when we tried to... Remember a long time ago when Brogan wanted to run us through an Underdark campaign?
Yes.
And I wanted to play as an Illithid.
Myconid. Oh, I thought it was Myconid.
Right. Yeah.
That was Alejo. You wanted to be the Myconid.
No, I wanted to be a fire newt.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Somebody wanted to be a Myconid based on the Vidalia Onion guy.
Yes, it was me. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to play as, for at least for a time, I wanted to play as an Illithid. And I was like, I want to be able to gain powers based on the brains that I eat. And gain something new. Like, if I eat a human brain or a dwarf brain, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But we changed it to the point where I had, like, a mind sword. And so if I decapitated somebody and bathed the blade in the brain, it would gain power.
Right. Cool.
And so I love stuff like that.
Yeah, it'd be neat.
Where your weapon, you don't really have to change weapons, but it can grow with your efforts. I really like that.
That'd be cool. Does your dad ask if you're winning? Well, he could. We did that in a 4E campaign. Nice.
I'm trying to look up this spell that was Scratch.
All right. Well, let's keep going because I'm starting to fade personally.
Okay. You can buy mundane equipment. They should be able to buy magic items. It was really, really brilliant. I absolutely loved it. I thought it was one of the coolest things I'd ever seen. That the magic items were going into the player's handbook.
Very easily
Absolutely
impressed.
Brilliant idea.
Yeah.
And I to this day I'm just absolutely thrilled by it. And I think it's one of the greatest things that's in there. The other thing that fourth edition did was it made it so that so basically every single edition of Dungeons and Dragons except one has a massive problem when it comes to spells. So basically, how many pages are dedicated to the wizard in the player's handbook? Well, because of spells, well over 100.
It's not just the wizard that uses spells, but okay.
To the wizard. How many pages in every single edition of Dungeons and Dragons except 4th edition is dedicated to a fighter? 10, 20 max, right?
I would argue anything that has to do with combat is dedicated to a fighter, but okay.
Fair enough.
It's almost like spells or more sorry, not spells. Hitting things with a sword is more simplistic and what we're used to, so needs less explanation. Whereas something that functions very specifically and a spell that has a very specific purpose needs more description to get people to know what it does. Now, admittedly, you can solve this by having fighters have a set of battle techniques, like I don't know, the Battle Master does.
Sure.
That do very specific things, but like you run into the same problem as you do in 5e. Don't Battle Masters take up an inordinately large amount of content for regular fighters?
Two pages, I think.
And they make stuff for them, and like Tasha's, for instance. They got a ton of pages in Tasha's.
I forgot about Tasha's. I always forget about Tasha's.
Everyone does.
Yeah, and I know where he's going with this. He's gonna go into, I assume at least, he's gonna go into, hey, everybody has powers, and now there are powers all throughout, and you get to look through all of them, and they're not just wizard stuff. In which case I go, okay, so instead of doing just the wizard thing, they now made every class have the exact same amount of, like, stuff. Okay.
Yeah, yay,
sure.
Who cares?
Sure. I mean, like, it's
there's
fine.
Nothing wrong with having a fucking simplistic class.
Well, so, like, what I'm saying is, like, it's fine if that's what you prefer, you know? Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just...
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with either side.
No, exactly, right?
Yeah. It's almost like some people like beer and pretzels RPGs.
Yeah. Boo would probably really like Earth Dawn. If you like the idea of magic items growing with your character, the setting is good too.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I won't be able to run it for like years, so
unless
I use that for my material world.
Made it so that if you were a class, you got between 15 and 20 pages, and that's it, right? It didn't give you just spells upon spells upon spells, right? And it didn't give you 50 times more options than all the other player characters. And it really made the playing field level. And it said if you're a fighter, you're going to have some real powers. Dailies, encounter powers, daily powers, and instants, right? And it made sure that every single class had an equal amount of cool things to do. And it did it through the page count, which is the most effective way. It's the only honest way to do it. It was just
honest?
I disagree.
The only honest
I disagree
way?
Heavily.
What do you mean by honest?
I have some thoughts on this,
Please.
and they're all disagreeing.
Go on.
What the fuck is his preoccupation with goddamn pages?
I don't know.
You remember the last time we was like, oh, you need to make sure that your rulebook is like 15 pages long.
Oh no, it was like 100.
Shit?
Yeah, it was like 100 pages or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like what the fuck is with this guy being unable to read?
Well, it's more just the amount that he has to read. He doesn't want to read a lot, and that's fine. You know what? Go for it.
I disagree with the concept of using page count as quote unquote the only honest way to determine whether something is getting love or not. You can fit some bomb ass abilities in 3 pages and spend 50 pages on blah.
Yeah.
Just
so stupid.
Like, quite literally, if I go and get my Sword Coast Adventurers book. The one that is mostly lore about Faerun, and then the back, like, 30 pages is about classes and shit, and, like, a few new spells. Like,
Yeah.
come on. Like, you're gonna tell me that book is better because it has everything pretty much the same, except, of course, wizards, but also warlocks and sorcerers and clerics, that get... Wait, oh, don't forget that, when was this made? I need to know, because now it's like,
Yesterday.
hey man, well, no, it's like, hey man, this was 2021.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
This was
dude,
May 27th.
It's like the
Oh my
last time.
God, I know.
Yeah, it's just like the last time you looked up the date, and
Okay.
it was super recent.
Why is he? Oh God. Okay. Anyway,
Dude, he predicts our topics for us.
I hate it.
He makes it so that we can always do one video and then a Garabe video.
But we're not gonna do that. That's the thing.
You should thank him for the work he does. Also,
Thank
you can't.
Garabay.
So okay.
Also, you can't blame a guy for trying.
Oh my God. No, I'm glad he's doing it. Okay, so okay. Wow, that has muddled my brain. Dang, it's late, dude. I feel that. Okay, so okay, let me get my thoughts together again.
Yes.
So everything in 5e, and since this is from 2021, this is relevant because he's saying that this is the only one that does this. Every single class in 5e has a magic variant.
Yep.
Every single class in 5e has a magic variant. They can learn magic somehow. Every single class.
Yeah.
So literally all of the spell pages are now for spells that are even cross-class spells. Like, between many different classes. So what is the problem now, Garabe? Why don't you praise 5e more in that respect then? If this is the only time that you've seen this,
No, because that's only love to magic users.
Oh, but
not if you're martial. Where's the wizard who's martial? Monk.
Right? Like,
what about tank mage?
Well, again, it's just...
Or war mage, that's it.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. There's literally war mage, and then there's, like, you could say fucking Eldritch Knight. Like, I don't... Okay. Anyway. We're going purely martial stuff. Yes, there's less martial things because, again, yes, it's easier to go, hey, how do you swing this sword differently? And then there's, like, 6 different ways. Or, I don't know how many, but you know what I mean. There's less different ways for a sword to be swung than for magic to be performed.
Yeah.
But counterpoint,
okay,
there's no magic alternative for a fighter.
There's no magical what for a fighter?
There's no magical subclass for a fighter.
Eldritch Knight.
Eldritch Knight.
Shut up.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
Oh.
I'm sorry. My brain... I'm
yeah,
tired.
I don't know where that came. Yeah, no.
Anyway, okay.
Incredible. Really, really,
I have
really
a headache.
cool
I still have
of 4th edition. Life paths were in 4th edition. There were just lots and lots of incredible ideas
Life paths,
in 4th edition.
Let me take notes.
So, innovative rule set is definitely the best thing about 4th edition. And I'll say, there are a lot of things that 4th edition contained that I really miss. Oh, solo monsters. Solo monsters were a brilliant idea that came out of 4th edition. Another thing they did in 4th edition was they said there are monsters that go poof when you strike them. So it didn't matter if you dealt 1 damage
minions.
or 12 points of damage. If you struck a monster, they were, if you successfully hit and dealt any damage to the monster died.
Okay, yeah, that is minions.
They had a special name for it too. I can't remember, but it was really swift and
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, what does this have to do with solo monsters though?
No, he's moved up. No, he moved off his solo monsters. Yeah. He moved off.
I understand that.
Yep.
Elaborate, please.
Nope.
Here's
he moved off it.
In 4th edition, there are multiple different kinds of monsters depending on how they act on the battlefield. There's minions, brutes, elites, solos, controllers and other things like that.
They each
and
have a
basically,
classification.
it's just kind of a way to categorize monsters. That's pretty much it.
Sure.
And solo monsters are effectively just boss monsters. That's it. So, like, a Lich is a solo monster. A Dragon is a solo monster.
So it's a different way to say CR in a way.
So if it is just another word for boss, how is it innovative to 4E in particular?
Yeah.
It is not.
Exactly. That's
okay.
So basically what I'm going to do is try to find more about this next time. Or not next time, but whenever we do another 4E video. Or series of videos. And just try to, like, have educated stuff for that stuff. Cause
honestly, the next time, let me know before, like, if you choose to do 4E, like, beforehand, because I can look at my books.
Yeah. Okay.
Because even if you monster has 1d4 damage, that could be 4 separate attacks that a player has to take that monster down. Whereas, like, this kind of, like, really, like, granular, once and done monster was in 4th edition, as well as super powerful solo monsters. And just the way that 4th edition looked at monsters and categorized them, just absolutely brilliant. 4th edition, there's no question, it's the most ill-fated edition of all the Dungeons & Dragons editions. It only lasted from 2008 until 2014, okay? It only lasted for 6 years.
A run of 6 years is pretty good.
Hold on, weren't we just told that 3rd edition was the shortest?
The entertaining thing is 5e came out in I'll assume 2014, and it is now 2021. It just hit 7 years.
Yeah. I mean, I assume he means
confirmed.
Well, I assume he means, like, editions that are over.
Quote unquote, because you can still play older editions, but
well, you know what I mean, are no longer receiving support.
I know what you mean. I'm just throwing out there that, you can do whatever the hell you want. It's your table.
Yeah.
Unless you don't own the table.
So
thief.
Well, this is the thing. I wonder, because 3rd edition stuff stopped being just 3rd and became 3.5 in 2003. And then 2003 to 2007 was 3.5. So I don't know if that's the same, like, if we count that as the same edition, which I would, because it's just an updated version of 3rd edition. So it was 7 years. So in that case, like, sure. In that case then, no, okay, yeah, it would still be the shortest. Okay. I don't know anymore. I've been told many things, and my brain just wants to die.
Yeah, it just can't contain it all. Can't contain the brain.
It is officially now the shortest edition of Dungeons & Dragons. It was much hated. So let's get into what was the worst thing about 4th edition.
I wonder why it was so short when it was so hated.
It didn't matter if, the debate on whether 4th edition was good or bad is irrelevant. What cannot be debated. It split the community into people who loved it and people who...
Okay, let's not just say that it's irrelevant. I would love to know why, if it was good or bad. That's the thing.
That's why we're watching your video.
Legitimately the very best and very worst. Okay.
It's not relevant. Your whole video is irrelevant then.
Well, no.
No. D&D 4E was polarizing. Sure.
Yes. Sure.
You know what? For sake of argument, I'll give you that. I don't even care.
Yeah.
However, when D&D 4E is so polarizing, and people may or may not buy content and, like, books from you as a publishing company, do you not think it would behoove you
to
create another edition and figure out what went wrong and fix it and make a new edition with books that people will buy so that you as a company can continue to accrue value?
It's not irrelevant. I don't understand how you could even come to that conclusion. Ugh. So, okay.
I'll actually agree with him and say it is quote unquote irrelevant because it has already happened and is not being like argued over now. Hence, we can look in the past as to why it was disliked and discuss it objectively.
Sure.
But it is itself not really quote unquote relevant unless like future editions make the same mistakes as 4th edition.
Well, so yeah, I agree in that respect, but I would disagree that it's just irrelevant for the sake of it, just because it's always going to be relevant because you learned something from this edition. Like, they go back to this and they look at it, right? Like, every time. I would, well, not every time, but you know what I mean. They go back and look at it and see what didn't work, and then they don't do that. That's the hope, at least.
Hey, why this war happened is irrelevant because the war already happened. All we can do now is learn from it.
Right, exactly. That's very strange. And like the other thing that I would say is, it would be irrelevant in terms of if you like it or not, if it's good or bad. Regardless of, like, you could like it if it's bad, you could like it if it's good. If you don't care, then it's irrelevant to you. Like, that's personal, but in the overall grand scheme, it's not irrelevant whether it's good or bad. I don't understand. I saw Celia's thing. Solo monsters shoot first. That's true. Each of the different monster types had different math on how their stats worked. Solo,
that's right.
Solo, boss, and elites had more HP and different attack and defense ratios, plus different attack special ability options.
That is true. I do remember that. If you look at the monster manual for 4th edition,
yeah,
you can build a monster stat block using that category,
and
they will wind up having different stats.
Very
but
cool.
Here's the thing. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Just make the monster how you want. Do you want to have a boss? Do you want to have a boss boar, double its HP, and make it do more damage? Bam. Done.
Sure.
So I really like that as someone who like actually no, I can't say that because I have people that might be part of my Ingridel campaign that are possibly listening in. And secrets for you and Trish. So I will say I do find that incredibly creative and like innovative, and I may adopt that in 5e.
Yeah, it's cool. I like it.
It's a neat system. It's just it's kind of unnecessary if you are familiar with building balanced monsters. That's the thing.
Yeah. I think it's a good way to get there, though.
Yeah.
I know what to make its AC and HP regardless.
Yeah.
Just
got back. Yeah, it's Garibay. Yeah, well, we're getting there.
I know what to make my monster's AC. It's exactly one higher than every dice roll that you make.
Yes, that's true. Reactive AC.
This is why what I've learned from the dude who made the DC in his dungeon, like a dice roll from every room.
Jesus Christ.
What I do is I roll a dice, and whatever I roll plus the modifier that's AC for its turn.
Okay.
So one round it has a 13 AC, the other round it has a 20.
God damn it. Some monster types attacked better but had lower defenses and vice versa. Some had more movement options and others less. Okay.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, Puff and Forest's main criticism of 4E were overly similar class abilities and laboriously long combat. I don't know how true that is, as I haven't played it.
Oh my god, a tabletop role-playing game with long combat?
Yeah.
I cannot handle this.
That seems to be the thing for a lot of people. And like, it's fine. I don't know, man. I saw he has some 4E stuff, and like maybe we'll look at it at some point when we know a bit more, but at this point, I don't know, man. 4E's mistake was trying to change too much all at once, with a brand new presentation style that was so different than just about every other RPG on the market. Sure, I'm sure that definitely contributed to it. Absolutely. I don't know. Anyway.
Let's get to the worst thing.
We've yet to get there, and I'm excited.
Who hated it. And trust and believe, a lot of people who loved it, but there were an equal amount, if not more, who hated it. Mm-hmm. And why did they hate it? Well, they're not wrong. Basically, there was a 1-2 punch on how edition was created. In my opinion, this was the flow. Okay. So in the early 2000s, the MMORPG Warhammer, World of Warhammer came out. Wow!
Oh my God!
Right? I can't
I'm not gonna.
It's hard to even explain.
Are we not gonna touch that?
No, we're not gonna touch that.
It just sunk in. It hurts.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
Oh, my soul.
Yeah. We're getting there. All right.
Yeah. I would play a World of Warhammer.
I would too. Remember when oh God, what's it called? I have the game. What the fuck is it called? That Warhammer game that was like the big multiplayer game with like faction against faction. When that was supposed to be
Warhammer?
No.
Gladius?
No. Hang on, I'll look it up.
I was gonna say faction against faction. Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows?
I know. Sorry. Eternal Crusade. Remember when Eternal Crusade was supposed to be kind of like that?
No.
Oh, no. You should, dude. There's a video I should send you guys. Actually, it's a really good one on it. Like, fuck me, dude. It's really informative and really good. Warhammer Online, wasn't that a thing as well? Yeah, that's true.
It was.
Have you guys played 4E? I haven't, but when I made characters for it, it seemed like it would take a long time to do even a simple low-level fight. No, haven't played it yet. Would be interested to, absolutely. Yeah. I don't know, man. I really don't know.
It doesn't really take any longer than any other like tabletop RPG fight usually.
Yeah.
Because like in my experience, I have done fights in 4E. They don't really take all that long. Now, granted, as Aiden has said, and I will admit, I'm not the best at combat. So maybe people who are really good at combat will make it so that it's very well balanced and it's actually like challenging. But in my experience, it doesn't take any longer than any other game.
So the most painful thing for me is how he set himself up, because there are MMORPGs that you could like that have been said that D&D 4E was similar to.
Sure.
And both of those, like you can make the case for Warhammer because it's more tactically focused and like there's battle maps, and we mentioned Warhammer.
We did.
We played Warhammer
in the previous video. Well, I haven't. And you can also make the case for WoW, World of Warcraft, by the way. But the most painful thing for me is the fact that you could make the case about Warhammer or WoW.
Yeah.
And he somehow managed to get both wrong.
Yeah.
Also, side note, I loaded up my Twitter.
Yeah.
And my topics to follow was literally that, and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ.
Here's a hint about 4E combat. It's no shorter or longer than 3.5 combat or 5E combat. Oh.
Yeah. I would figure that things that tend to be more crunchy can be consolidated down by people who are used to them into a time frame that is fairly efficient and makes sense.
Yeah. Every RPG has combat in it that has combat in it tends to have long combats at some point. Complaining about combat being long is a non-argument since it's a universal in the hobby. I agree. And it'd be easier to play 4E today with all the virtual tabletops and other gameplay aids that exist now that didn't 12 years ago. Sure.
Yeah. No kidding.
All right.
Such incredible force that I saw marriages ended over that game. I'm not kidding.
What?
People would vow to be together forever, and it's like, you know what? I saw this at least three times. times where a guy was like, I have a beautiful woman who loves me, but I'd really like to have a third 80th level character, so I'm going to do that instead. Right? It was incredible.
Oh, okay. So sorry to
WoW and no.
Yeah. So okay. No. So what I would say is this is certainly possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely possible.
It has happened.
And it has happened, but I okay.
I guarantee you've not seen 3. You've not been involved with 3.
I don't know, man.
I guarantee all 3 that you may have seen, because I won't disagree with you on your personal experiences and your personal opinion. However, well, you're free to. I'm just saying that is a line I draw for myself.
Okay, fair enough.
However, I guarantee you all 3 of those marriages had underlying issues.
Yeah.
There was shit going on behind the scenes where you as an outside observer never saw.
Yeah.
You can't just blame that solely on the edition.
No.
Yeah.
Or on
WoW.
the game.
You're talking about
yeah.
WoW.
Or WoW. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
no, yeah.
And just to go off of what you said before with the personal opinion thing, I will disagree with it if it's wrong. If it's based off of something that isn't true. That's when I will disagree with a personal opinion. But that's the only time where it's you are basing this off of a fact that is not a fact. Right? I definitely know people who are very unhealthy about their MMO playing. However, I got the sense that they would have been unhealthy about something else without it.
Yeah.
Or, it's addictive personality. I know though. Yeah.
It can be fucking gambling just as easily as it can be WoW.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'd love to tell you that, genders are equal and all. Of course, genders are equal. I never saw. I know it happened. I know.
Oh,
it
you
happened,
caught yourself there,
but I can name 3 dudes who lost their wife over.
I don't care.
WoW. I never met any men who were like, my wife is too dedicated to the game. I guess maybe it's I guess it kind of makes sense.
Oh my god, can we get back to 4th edition?
That's probably the issue, right? So I think
ignoring gender issues aside and discussing game topics.
Yeah.
This is your personal experience, Garibay. You realize there are more men and women out there than you have met, right?
Yeah.
there exist more people in the world who may or may not have addictive personalities who you may not have met.
My fucking head. This is not helping my headache.
That's probably the issue.
I'm
convinced that an equal amount of women left their husbands.
Oh my god!
If I'm wrong on that, please let me know. If you know, just a bunch of women who left all right. Actually, if you know just a bunch of men who left their wives,
I know no one.
I'm not
We're
sure.
still on this, really.
How
I know
long
the genders are equal and the same, but
this is the rest of the video.
In the evidence,
Can't be, because he
so
hasn't
we're
even
never
gotten to the
gonna
worst
get the
thing.
worst.
Let me know if you saw that on your side. Maybe different regions are different. So
all right, I'll give him this.
Basically,
he's putting out feelers.
4th edition, love it or hate it. There's no two ways about it. It split the community, and any product, or half or more.
We're 9 minutes into your 11-minute video. Tell me why.
Hate it. That ain't gonna stick around. It's just not that's not a way to sell product, right? And it didn't.
So the worst part about it so far that I've gathered, and he's got more to say, I'm sure. So the worst part about it is that it split the community, and that's bad.
That has absolutely nothing to do with the system itself.
Exactly.
Yeah, what was
That's personal preference.
criticism that he had again? Was it just that it split the community?
Yeah, that's far the only thing that he's talked about.
Yeah, we think so because it split the community, and then we went into WoW and people he's never seen before.
Yeah.
The reason this edition is bad is because people don't like it. Yes, thank you.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
so
after 6 years, they shut it down on 4th edition. And basically, so I think Wizards Edition to be the tabletop version of WoW, and that absolutely infuriated a whole bunch of people. And they were
Back
like,
up
listen,
your opinion.
I play video games. I think
I dare you.
A lot of D&D people were like, I don't really care about video games. So it upset them. Then there was a whole group of Dungeons & Dragons people who were like, hey, WoW's great, but I don't want it at my table, right? Like, I don't want you to try to replicate.
This is just the same thing.
Okay.
Didn't I say this initially that he was going to say it was the MMO thing, but then he said no, that's too not simple of an opinion. But then I changed it. I'm so upset.
He disliked it because of the combat. You just said the combat.
No. I said the combat would be the good thing.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Fuck.
I mean, it's fine. We all lose.
He's just repeating the same thing that everybody has said without saying anything additional.
So, admittedly, I'm going to draw out of my personal experience, like I just criticized Garibay for doing. But I am going to not genderize my question, and I'm going to ask everyone. People who play D&D generally are nerds, and most nerds enjoy video games.
Yeah.
Sure.
Everyone I know that plays D&D, this includes a group at college, this group, the group I play with IRL. Everyone likes games. I have never met a single person that plays D&D that does not like games. Have you? No. I'm asking this as other hosts of the podcast and also opening it up to the audience.
Yeah, if you're watching this in the future, hey, comment below.
Yeah. Now I will give probably a more reserved answer. Everybody that I've ever played with also loves video games. However, some other people that I am aware of, namely Critical Role, I don't actually know if all of them like video games.
Most of them are video game voice actors.
I know.
I mean, they're voice actors, but I don't know if they play the game. I don't know if they play games.
Yeah,
I know Matt likes Overwatch.
Yes, I have seen him play Overwatch.
Taliesin likes video games. Liam likes video games. Sam likes video games.
Okay then.
Laura,
don't know about Laura or the other.
Laura does. Travis absolutely does.
Oh, that's right, because Travis talked about playing games and
he also had Game Ranch. Where he would play games literally that he liked to play.
Does Ashley?
Yes, I think so. And then
there you go.
You
Marissa. I'm not entirely sure about her. No, Brian likes games, and he also, I think he talked about when he played games with her too. So she's at least been playing games as far as I'm aware. I think I could be wrong. And then Marisha.
Yeah,
Marisha. She absolutely she does.
Okay then. And
so
they do.
What I would say is very likely yes to all of them, though Ashley Johnson is the only one that I'm not entirely sure about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Ashley.
Because I listened to Liam and Sam's podcast for a while, and they talked about it a couple of times.
I will say, however, that I've met enough people in my 3 D&D groups, and now counting Critical Role as part of our yeah, I get.
They're our friends. We talked. We mentioned them by first name.
Matt is my friend.
Yeah.
I've discussed this.
Yeah. He's also Joe Cat's friend because he was in his video.
That's true. So we're tangential friends.
Counting Critical Role as part of our sample size. I would say that the sample size has now accrued enough people where we can now statistically have outliers.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
And by outliers, you mean the entire population of people who plays D&D?
Well, no, I just
Damn it,
mean...
you're supposed to say yes.
No. I mean people who don't like video games, who like D&D. So long as that number stays relatively low compared to the number of people that like D&D and video games both, I don't see that as an issue.
No, I was going to say, like, if you want to add to your sample size, literally every single group that I've played with, like that's 1, 2 from down here, same one for up in college. Yeah.
And
literally everyone that I talk to.
So long as it's like 95% of people that like do and 5 or 10% of people that don't, like I would consider that to be telling.
Actually, there might be one person in one of my groups that doesn't, now that I think about it. But I don't know. I haven't talked to her much, so
now,
maybe.
I will add one final thing to this point, because I know that Alejo's getting tired and we've got just a minute left on this video. Yeah, no. Yeah. Here's the thing. So now, remind me really quick, what exactly was it that he said? That, like, most people who play... The people who play D&D that don't like video games said shit?
So he said many different things. Which one specifically? Because he said...
Well, then
he said
I'm gonna
there are
ignore
people... He said there are people that played MMOs that didn't want them at the table. He said that there are people who didn't like video games that didn't want them at the table, right?
Yeah.
He said that there are people that did want it at the table or something. I don't know.
So, but here's the thing. Don't forget that in the last Garibay video that we watched, he did go on to say that the people who play video games are stupid, and the people who read books are smart.
I forgot about that.
So, this might be coming from that.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
God.
What have I missed in the chat? I'm so tired of this Garibay video.
Play the video, let's go.
Hold on, I just want to see. Tried playing MMOs, but they weren't my kind of game. That's totally fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
In 4E, each character has 2 different at-wills and 1 encounter power. They're each likely going to use and at least 2 unique powers into the fight, and lots of marks and temporary buffs and auras, etc. Yeah.
Yes.
I knew some WoW-addicted women. I'm sure everybody did. Lots of unique powers, not necessarily a bad thing, but I think it's lazy to say all editions are the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know. Wait, did he say that? Did we say that?
I don't know.
I don't know anymore.
Let's continue.
I'm losing my brain. No, I'm gonna read more.
Oh, damn it.
I can't complain about WoW and marriage, as I met my wife that way. Well, there you go.
Nice.
Married more than 10 years now. Hey, congrats.
Yeah, that's true. Instead of talking about how many people left their wives because of WoW,
yeah,
how many
true.
people met their wives?
That's a lot of people, actually, I think.
Yeah, lots.
I know a couple that met because of ESO.
Hey.
Nice.
They met because of a guild I formed.
Nice.
Cool.
Is he saying the worst thing about 4E is people left their spouses? I can't follow him, my head hurts. Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like 5E. The community that's so rabid over it and pushes it like it's the most greatest thing ever made. Insert snark here. Well, he's not doing that.
Yeah.
And I don't think, I mean, there are some people that are like that, sure, but not everybody's like that. I'm still not sure why he only does videos while driving. Fair.
Yeah, it's so weird.
It's his aesthetic.
Yeah, I mean, it's so that you pay attention to something.
The car or the background?
The background, yeah.
Well, it's certainly not what he's saying.
Right. Doesn't he know that D&D is a game? Yes. All right.
Video games with my Dungeons and Dragons game, frankly, and I don't understand how Wizards of the Coast didn't know that was going to fail, because that's the greatest thing about Dungeons and Dragons is while video games have to spend money for years chasing their customer base with algorithms that can be responsive.
What?
No, there's no algorithm in the world that can beat a human brain.
Well, I agree with that.
No, they're
in a
absolutely.
way.
Fuck.
So no, so I agree with that in the sentiment of there is no game that is like D&D.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right? That would be if he said that, then I would be like, yeah, but I don't think that's what he's saying.
I don't understand how his point is relevant to 4E.
I don't know.
He's gone completely
well, so
off
no,
the
the point is relevant to 4E because he's saying that because it was video game-ish that it was destined to fail. That was what he was saying. And
what's this have to do with algorithms? Oh, because he didn't expect it.
Yeah, and like, well, no, now he's saying that video games companies chase their player base by making algorithms that are going to be very good for them or something. And I don't know, man.
God,
I don't think he does either.
I don't know.
I hate that my glasses look like his.
Get fucked.
I've got gunmetal glasses. I'm good.
Yeah,
dude, I'm this close to just taking my glasses off. I don't need them to see anyway, so.
I thought you wore contacts.
I do not. I've never owned a pair of contacts in my life.
Me neither.
Dude. Yeah, no contact gang.
Yep.
I'm going to. But...
Oh fuck.
Cut from the team.
So it's which is literally black and white.
What?
So
wait,
basically,
what is black and white? Sorry.
I really think can be responsive.
Pokemon?
No, there's no algorithm in the world that can beat a human brain. When it comes to truly complex things, not simple things like chess. So it's, which is literally black and white.
You don't know how complex chess is, Garibay. Don't try to do this.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Don't.
Chess.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought he said jets.
No, not jets.
I thought he was making a case of a multi-million-dollar piece of equipment being simple.
Okay.
That would be funny. That would be really funny.
My entire face was
this is the thing as well. We're in 2021. I've seen fucking people make learning fucking neural net things.
Yeah.
That like literally people on YouTube do it and they just show that shit and I'm like, holy fuck, that's interesting.
The Turing test is a thing of the past. Like, you can make AIs that will pass it.
Yeah.
And that's why cybersecurity isn't, like, ever-evolving arms race.
Yeah.
So, I would like to posit two things.
Okay.
I take it that both of you guys have seen videos from Down the Rabbit Hole and Frederick Knudsen.
Yes.
Did you see the video on Deep Blue?
Yes, it was really good.
It was really good. And how they figured out that in chess, after they have gone in and been like, the average competitive chess game takes about 40 turns.
Yep.
And so from turn 1, you have the option of this move, this move, this move.
There's so many. God damn.
And then it gets to the point where, okay, there is... And I have to kind of go off on a tiny bit of a tangent to get this out there. But if you know, do you know the number 52 factorial?
I've heard it.
Okay. 52 factorial is a number that describes how many ways a deck of cards can be arranged.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So basically... 52 factorial is a number that is so big that it's incomprehensible.
Yeah,
it's one of those things you legitimately can't wrap your head around.
Yeah, exactly.
But to put it in perspective, if you had a timer that was counting down 52 factorial from the moment the universe started to the point when the sun burns out, it wouldn't be close. Jesus. And so here's the thing. 52 factorial is minuscule, absolutely negligible compared to the number of possible moves you can make in an average 42 turn game of chess.
That's true.
And they made a computer that can do that in minutes.
Yeah. It's fucked.
So fuck off. Second, I forgot. I feel like that one was fine.
No, dude, that's fine.
Okay,
You're good.
I will actually disagree with you, Boo, because 52 factorial, which is 8.06 times e to the 67, by the way.
Yes.
52
little flex there.
Well, I just looked it up.
I see.
52 factorial is a minuscule number compared to the amount of chess moves that can happen.
Yes.
I don't know enough about how many chess moves are possible, so I will just grant you that point. However, just because there are greater than e to the 67 amount of moves that are possible does not mean that there are greater than e to the 67 moves that are probable or beneficial.
That's true.
So the difficult part is in training an AI or a chess program that can do what is considered the most optimal path.
That's true.
Yes.
For what has been done.
Yes, there are that many, but then it's then just like,
and so people obviously
people made like chess AI programs like in the fucking 90s.
Yep.
Yeah.
80s, I thought, as well.
Yeah, I think it was like early 80s, and then it peaked in like late 80s, I want to say.
Yeah, something.
Sure. Either way, I'm saying that these AIs are not that advanced.
Well, if they can compete and beat the best chess players in the world, I think that they're pretty advanced.
I'll agree
because
with
that
you
was the whole thing. That's the whole thing with Deep Blue.
Yeah.
I'll agree with you that they are pretty advanced, but I would say that they're not like more advanced than e to the 67 or something.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. In the 90s, we had stuff that could do that. There is no, like, it's gonna get there. And it's gonna be fucking scary.
Well, and the other thing that I want to point out again is that he's saying that chess is like having AI that isn't better than a human brain.
Yeah, no,
it's like,
there's
I don't know, man.
There's also
it depends on the standard.
I remember my second point now.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys watch him. I watch him all the time. His name is CPG Gray on YouTube.
Nope.
And he has a video, very interesting, fun video to watch called Humans Need Not Apply. And it is basically a video about automation and stuff. So like auto self-driving cars and all things like that. But he goes
See you, Steely and Indigo. We're almost done, so we'll catch you in the VOD.
See ya, VOD gang. He goes into a particular program. I forget exactly what it's called. It has like a classical like butler name, like Winston or something like that. I don't remember, but it's an AI that got basically it's so smart and it knows so many different things that it basically what they did, they had a little circuit on Jeopardy where it had a perfect score.
Oh, sure.
And then they just did that for fun because his day job is to be the best doctor and medical library in the world.
That's neat.
Where you talk to it in your own words and it can come back with an actually really accurate diagnosis based upon correlations made between hundreds of thousands of different cases that are similar. And the thing is, it has all the basically imagine the internet if it was actually correct in all medical knowledge in the world.
Oh, it's not WebM?
It's not WebMD, no. If your knee is aching, you don't have cancer.
Well,
I mean, you might.
You know what? I think we'll agree to disagree.
Fair enough.
You know what? California has told me that literally everything gives me cancer, so I think I have it.
Air gives you cancer.
It's true.
And anyway, that's my fucking AI.
Fucking
super smart rant. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but would we put it into a mech though?
As soon as they build a good enough one, dude.
Yeah.
All right, let's finish this out. I'm fucking tired and I need to die.
So basically, I really think the worst thing about Dungeons & Dragons 4th Edition was it did not have any cohesion. It did not have any unity in it in the game itself. and that's
what does that mean?
Unforgivable. And it was unforgivable, and there was no peace over the whole issue. It was, it was just a wrap it, you're done. It was finished, right? So, that's my opinion. What do you think was the best thing about 4th edition? And
okay, whatever. No unity, no cohesion. So the thing that has very much a more team-based, tactical feel. Okay.
Dude, I cannot deny the sheer Chad attitude of, okay, sure, that's your point. Will you back it up? And just the Chad attitude of going, no.
You mean I think you'll find it's pronounced the Chaditude.
Nice. All right, everyone.
Can we be done
Please
now?
go on. Yeah, if you have more.
The Virgin Matt Colville versus the Chad Scott Garibay.
I hate it. I hate it so much. All right. Okay. Hey.
You know what? There's your meme, Pizza Funk. If you're
He's not even here anymore.
I know.
He left.
Yeah. If you're listening, put that meme in our Discord.
I hate it.
And then we'll send it to Matt himself.
No, I won't do that disservice.
Yes,
Jesus Christ.
I will.
I know
Send
you would.
Send it to me.
Okay. Anyway, that's gonna do it for us for tonight.
Send it to me and I'll at Alejo.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, at me and I don't care. So yeah, thanks much if you've been sticking around. Really appreciate it. If you've seen the whole thing, hey, fucking subscribe if you're new. If you're not, hey, thanks for tuning in as usual. Oh wow.
That's not what I meant.
You know that whole thing that people would do for a while about the percentages and shit of their viewership and who's subscribed and not. Yeah. So you want to know what our percentages are? 95% of our viewers are subscribed.
Hell yeah!
Which is great. Hey, join that percentage to make it 100%.
Yeah.
Anyway,
if you're at that 5%, I swear to God.
You know what? I'm gonna check it right now. I haven't checked it for a while. I'm gonna check it right now.
Check it on stream right now.
Right now
I've
on
changed
stream.
to 100.
No, we lost a subscriber. Pretty cool.
Oh, really? Who was it? Who was it?
I don't know.
It doesn't tell you.
It doesn't.
Okay.
I don't care. It's fine. If you don't want to watch anymore, that's fine. Let's see. Okay. So subscribed is 90%, 0.9, and then not subscribed is 9.1%. Hey, if you're part of that 9.1%, fucking do it. Anyway, as usual, at the end here, thank you to our patrons. We have Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Slazer, Steely, Drake Cross, Chris, Frozen Spaghetti, and Kill Chrono. If you have anything that you want to tell us as well, if we're right or wrong about what we've been saying, hey, leave a comment. And of course, if you want to catch these live, they're on Tuesdays, usually, at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Daylight Time, or whatever the fuck it is. And again, on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Daylight Time, for the VOD, and then again as an audio-only version on your podcasting service of choice at 12 p.m. on Mondays. Watch our Devils and Dice stuff that we've been doing. It's really fun.
Yep.
Good time. Goes up usually on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Daylight Time. And yeah, that's it. Hey, we're done, everybody. Goodbye.
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 Garibay. Goodbye.